Um, we
Got
can
it.
probably start raising hands. If people would like to start raising hands, it is open FILK, and that is the normal route.
A question here.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sharing? Do you have the address for the live streams, YouTube live stream somewhere?
Yeah, I was just working on that, and the first one I grabbed seems to not be working. I was just checking that. So I'm gonna try and fix that right now and get us a working. Oh wait. Probably start raising hands. Okay, Zoom. That was
Oh, here
so
I can see
confusing.
myself. Great.
I just I had the stream started somewhere else, and obviously it's a bit lagged. So all of a sudden, I heard myself from 14 seconds ago start talking to myself. It was very confusing. Okay, so clearly that link works. Let's just grab it, copy, and I'll put it in the chat for you guys since somebody asked for it here before I go put it other places.
Oh, and I got the same link. Good.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna go post that over to. There we go. Okay, now it linked correctly where I want it to link. Oh man, 3 minutes to lift off.
If I may put in a commercial, or actually a wish, I have, under the threat of eviction from my apartment, and I'm trying to raise some money through friends. That is the link to help me. Please, I elaborate on it, and if you go to the GoFundMe page, you can see all the
Yeah.
filkers that have been donating to me.
Mhm.
You might want to add them, but if you want to take a quicker or a better route that doesn't have commissions on it, E/.
Awesome. Feel free to post that in the chat a couple more times, Tim, especially in the open circles when there's more people.
Right,
Probably
yes.
like right at the beginning of the open circles in the evenings.
That would be good, yes.
So, I am not ready to sing something, so somebody put your hand up.
Okay, I'll start.
Okay. I will. Should I do the announcement? I'm gonna do the announcements that we need to do first right now. We're just doing the basic ones. Everyone here looks like they're experienced, so I probably don't need to do these, but I said I would, so I'm gonna. So, first of all, once our performers have started, please stay muted unless you are the current performer, and or if the host has made a moment for applause or feedback or comments, that hosts can invite everyone to do so. I want to announce that the Penguin Song Contest is up. And so you can go to the website and you can see that in the, I can link that. I'll link that in the chat in just a moment. But the 5 words for the Penguin Song Contest this year are flowers, atmosphere, nebulous, partake, and penguin. And this just in from the team. Literally, we confirmed this 20 minutes ago. But the winner, it's a great idea. I love it.
It's a great idea.
The winner of this year's Penguin Song Contest gets to pick the Penguins' first guest for future editions of the Penguin Song Contest. in the future, the Penguin will have an entity that is its guest, and the Penguin Song Contest can be about the Penguin and its guest, or the guest or the Penguin. And so that Penguin word is going to be a slash word to have some continuity for the Penguin, but introduce a little bit more variety into the contest. So the winner gets to pick cat or lion or Martian or Jedi. Can I say Jedi? Is that allowed? And so that is going to be a little wrinkle added to the Penguin Song Contest this year. I promised I would put the link in the chat. Copy this. Copy. Copied and chat. I bet you somebody else has already got it. But there it is. Aaron's posting the 2x10 signups. So let's talk about the 2x10s. We have 9 total 2x10s. Normally we would do more for FKO because we like having all the different opportunities for people to do. But because we're online and there's so many more guests than you have on an in-person one, we are going to just work with the 9. So if you are not a guest, but you want to be able to sing 2 songs or present 2 pieces of art like poetry or other fandom related art in a 10-minute window, then sign up. And again, Erin just said she was going to post that into the chat. There are 9 and 9 only, and it is first come, first serve. So when you do sign up, it may be full. So if you want to, get on that quick.
I would also say for these 2x10s, you shouldn't do them in the order that they signed up. You should do them by randomizing them at the start of the event.
Yeah.
That way, every one of the 9 has to be there at the start to make sure that they're going to be, called sometime during it.
There's some workarounds to that maybe next year.
This shirt is looking terrible.
You should also remember that not everyone here is on the same time as.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
For example, me or Lawrence or putting us on the middle, or Ralph. We can do Sunday here, but not Saturday on the 2x10s.
Because when I seen at the con signups, there was like, the first space was all, was quickly signed up for, but also the last space was also, last spaces were also quickly signed up for. Yeah. More or less, trying to leave the impression on the judges of a performance in addition to the songwriting.
Ooh, okay. 2x10s are not judged. That is just a thing.
Oh, okay, yeah, but
yeah,
well,
yeah. For the Penguin Song Contest, actually, that does kind of make sense, and so we may randomize that. It's not a lock into for sure. That makes sense. Okay, I am going to move us on. We've got 2x10s announced. We got Penguins announced. We got Penguins announced. Then I'm going to just jump us to the code of conduct. So FKnO, like other FILK spaces online and off, strives to be an environment that is safe for all people. Comments, feedback, and chatting should be positive in nature. Hurtful words and actions are not to take place here. If you are or you see anyone targeted by words or actions that are hurtful, please reach out to myself or Aaron. You can get our emails from anyone else on the team in the list. Probably because we may be away from the computer, it's best to actually email us. Additionally, if you are about to perform a song which may bring up traumatic pasts, please give a warning. Appropriate warnings include but are not limited to excessive violence, self-harm, domestic abuse, and other similar things that might bring up trauma. We thank everyone for making FKO a safe place for all, and we are going to get started. The first volunteer to go was Heather, and so let's get the music started. Heather, take us away.
Okay, this was the unofficial starting song of Toronto FILKs for a number of years. I'm not doing it with a guitar because my fingers are not allowing me to play these days. This is Oh. I don't remember what it's called, but you'll know what it is when I start singing. Sing along to yourselves if you feel like it. Iron for the birthday, bronze carried long, wood from the burning stone out of song, fire from the candle ring, water from the thaw. These 6 signs a circle, at the last sign seekers call. Fire on the mountain top will find the harp of gold, play to wake the sleepers, the oldest of the old. Power from the green which sets been lost beneath the sea. All these things shall find the light, silver on the tree. When the dark comes rising, 6 shall turn it back. 3 from the circle, 3 from the track. Wood, bronze, iron, water, fire, stone. 5 will return, and 1 go alone. On the day of the dead, when the year 2 dies, find the youngest in the oldest, till the door where seabirds fly. Their fire will flee the raven, bird, boy, and silver see the wind, and light shall have the harp of gold in safety once again. By the pleasant lake on Cadfan's Way, where ancient sleepers lie, where the grey king's shadows haunt the land and wicked kestrels cry. There 1 great thing of power by the light shall sing and guide, so the sleepers might their long sleep end, and for the light outride. When the dark comes rising, 6 shall turn it back. 3 from the circle, 3 from the track. Wood, bronze, iron, water, fire, stone. 5 will return, and 1 go alone. The Grail is first to lead them over sea and under stone, a seeker soon to follow on a quest begun alone. Ways of all to guard and guide, paths to bring and send, circles both in light and dark from starting until end. When light back from the lifeline shore shall in the end return. 6 sleepers all shall ride again, 6 shining signs shall brightly burn, and when midsummer's tree grows up all silver, fair and tall Prince Dragon's dark sword against the dark shall bring dark's final fall. When the dark comes rising, 6 shall turn it back. 3 from the circle, 3 from the track. Wood, bronze, iron, water, fire, stone. 5 will return, and 1 go alone.
I realized my camera was not on that whole time. I should fix this in a moment. Thank you, Heather. I just want to make sure that the hands are coming up on my screen in the order that they are going up. So Paula, were you next? Were you quickly?
I think I was.
Okay, I think that's correct.
Yeah.
So Howard, you are on deck then.
I can confirm based on my experience. Zoom is rather good. It's only yourself that you need to keep track of.
Right. I knew there was something. I just wanted to confirm that it was going the way that I expected it to. All right, take us away.
On
That's
one
it.
of the Facebook, let's see, am I on? Yes, I am live. On one of the Facebook pages for Liaden stuff, I think people were mentioning spammers and such, and I came up with books of balance or the Liaden's things in which they keep track of insults and who they owe favors to and who favors are owed to them for. And so this is about that. There is a slight bit of scatological language and dumping on spammers of all types. I've got a book of balance that shall never come to be. The page is full of spammers, politicians, and fake trees. The persons of an elegance and vile things that they do, the botnets drive-by postings and fraud phone calls that they spew. 1, 2, 3, 4, and there are many millions more. They ooze out using fake names from troll factories and farms. They work in large call centers and their management twist arms. The owners of call centers, the farms and factories, pay off the politicians so that shut down they won't be. 2, 4, 6, 8, the scams don't end and won't go straight. You cannot find the names of those who perpetrate this shit. And add to that, the scamps like taste and have so little wit. The pages reach infinity, authorities don't care. And taking vengeance for yourself, your scam victim beware. 10, 20, 30, 40, you lose if you go on the sortie. And so the book of balance sits imagined and unwrit. So much outrageous scam and fraud that it cannot all fit. Google blocking numbers is no help when they're all fakes, and Facebook won't book false accounts, boot false accounts, or fix others' mistakes. Thousands, millions, billions too. Too many for balance to ever go through.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Paula. And hopefully we don't have any spammers or Zoom bombers or anyone like that here this weekend. Howard, you are up. Lawrence, you are on deck. Lawrence on deck.
We're all here together to drink and to fight, with our power on our backs and our weapons in plain sight. There's not a man among 'em could back us down tonight, as we drink to the health o' the Dorsey. If it wasn't for the Dorsey, what would you do? You wouldn't have the freedom to take a drink or two. You wouldn't have the choice o' the devil or the blue, if it wasn't for the work o' the Dorsey. Well, there's gunners and there's dirkmen and there's lasermen and all. There's guards and paid assassins and gutter fighters tall. We're drinking tonight before a planet fall, as we drink to the health o' the Dorsey. If it wasn't for the Dorsey, what would you do? You wouldn't have the freedom to take a drink or two. You wouldn't have the choice o' the devil or the blue, if it wasn't for the work o' the Dorsey. Well, you think you're all secure and your shields will save your lives, but a Dorsey gun will catch you in your lies. We're strong and gifted warriors and proud to bear the signs that separate mere men from the Dorsey. If it wasn't for the Dorsey, what would you do? You wouldn't have the freedom to take a drink or two. You wouldn't have the choice o' the devil or the blue, if it wasn't for the work o' the Dorsey.
Woo! All right, video back on. Howard, it is so good to hear your voice. Thanks for being here. And next we've got Lawrence. I see the hands are populating, so that's good. After Lawrence is Kapler House.
Hello from England. And hello to everybody in England. Hi, Rafe. And Mike. Okay, we'll start with this one. Chinese fantasy TV drama. Chinese fantasy TV drama has taken over my social life. Elder gods, magic and awesome fight, scenes eternal love and relentless strife. Acolytes dressed in white, ever training, undergoing trials in the mortal realm. Another seal broken and one remaining, giant pounding battle drums and mighty spells. Chinese fantasy TV drama has taken over my social life. Elder gods, magic and awesome fight, scenes eternal, love and relentless strife. Opulent kingdoms where something's rotten, evil scheming villains we all despise. Family massacres unforgotten, endless drawn out death scenes with their long goodbyes. Chinese fantasy TV drama has taken over my social life. Elder gods, magic and awesome fight, scenes eternal, love and relentless strife. Thwarted love rivals now bent on vengeance, someone somewhere suffering from loss of sight. Youthful pretty actors too hot to mention, dressed in black assassins in the dead of night. Chinese fantasy TV drama has taken over my social life. Elder gods, magic and awesome fight, scenes eternal, love and relentless strife. Long suppressed memories now returning, coughing up some blood if you are hurt real bad. Secret closed off rooms with lots of candles burning, finding out the emperor is not your dad. Chinese fantasy TV drama has taken over my social life. Elder gods, magic and awesome fight, scenes eternal, love and relentless strife. Falling foul of all the strict rules of heaven, making up a talisman with one quick scroll. Musical instruments used as weapons, kick-ass fierce corpses who come when you call. When you Chinese fantasy TV drama has taken over my social life. Elder gods, magic and awesome fight, scenes eternal, love and relentless strife. Dragons and phoenixes, nine-tailed foxes, women fooling everybody dressed as men, marketed in beautifully crafted boxes. Binge watch a whole series, then you start again. Chinese fantasy TV drama has taken over my social life. Elder gods, magic and awesome fight, scenes eternal, love and relentless strife. Chinese fantasy TV drama has taken over my whole darn life. Elder gods, magic and awesome fight, scenes eternal, love and relentless strife.
Awesome. Thank you, Lawrence. I realized I broke the rule and I wasn't muted there. Hopefully I wasn't distracting anybody. Lawrence, I think you were leaning in just a little bit closer than when we did our sound check. Because your voice was topping out. We can do that again in a moment. But I think if you're just back a little bit further, it'll be okay. After Lawrence is Kapler House. And then Carl Johan is after that. And after that, we need more hands, folks.
Okay, this is hot off the presses.
Well,
even
if you
he
don't
hasn't
want
heard
any
it.
more hands, I can do Sinclair's visa. I will run for 45 minutes.
You name it. Okay. And yeah, trigger warning for American politics.
Yes, I haven't heard the song yet.
Don is a crook. That's what New Yorkers had been saying. Just take a look on all his shady business dealings, running for the presidency, chanting about crooked Hillary, trying to get away with Russian dough, but they wanted to destroy us from within, whether he won or not, you say. I think they'll impeach him. emoluments alone are clear he can't go on. I think they'll impeach him. Even his own party can't let this go on. Look at the way he never hid what he was doing. His own words they play. At his own party ran for their lives at risk in January. Surely there is some sanity. Protect their own damn lives plus the democracy. They ought to get him out before his term is up, but then it is delayed. I think they'll convict him. Recordings in his voice, his crimes were going down. I think they'll convict him. The crimes of January 6 were solid ground. This time for sure, he's out of office and his party lost all their power. There's a select committee working, not to mention 2 separate states, plus the stolen documents case. They've got the paperwork, it's a slam dunk. It seems the Stormy Daniels case is gonna come to a conclusion, and you say, I think they'll arrest him. We've always known that he was individual one. I think they'll arrest him. The Raffensperger call's enough to name him done. I think they'll arrest him. The FBI raid on his home there in the sun. I think they'll arrest him. Don's foray into politics is nearly done.
Woo!
Real easy guitar
Alright.
part.
I mean, you guys know me. I don't mind a little political song every once in a while. Oh, man. All right. I am going to stick my hand up, so I'll go after Carl. But we need some more hands, folks. Folks, we need some hands.
You're trying to want something.
Well, if you... Well, I have plenty of political songs and I plan to do something else, but since we are dragging up things from the nether regions, both by Lawrence and by the Keplers, I think I will do this one. My apologies for those who were at the Eurofilk yesterday. Every second Thursday. Next one is in 2 weeks at 6 p.m. Swedish time, Central European time.
Oh.
So
Why
yes,
does
I've
11
always
say
post those on
savings?
Facebook and on Discord and on Mastodon. Well, but since we are talking about stuff coming from the regions below, and you were at Eurofilk yesterday, you heard this song, but who cares? So screw up the fiddle, come fiddler, quick I say. There I goes to flay, do not say us nay. Again candid is to play, see. Take up the violin, pick up the bow to shake. Every stroke you make, no our soul will take. Don't let the fiddle hurt me, your fingers will bleed. That is the fiddle's true key. We follow laundry's creed. Sure, you do agree. Zum 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 zum. Yes, quite proper. Your play is stopper. That case Nightmare Green will need. Alone in the laundry, the fiddle you can steer. Keep the fiddle near, it is your career, your job as agent candid. This machine kills demons, but is a demon king. Every soul you bring while the fiddle sing, its might will make expanded, will open the way from where it was left stranded. Mistress, you will obey, as I demanded. Zum 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 zum. Now you're dreaming, your blood is steaming, longing for the yellow king. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. I'm gonna just do a poem because I'm not set up for my guitar quite yet. That word got stuck in my throat. This is a poem that I did. I wrote a couple years ago in the summertime when I was visiting a wonderful farm up north, and I did it in my Festival of the Living Rooms set, but it got some smiles, so I think it's worth doing again. So, is it safe? Is it safe? Is it safe? Gently and with great caution, the green leaf pushes up through the veil of soil. Is it safe? Is it safe? There is warm sun and blazing drought. There is gentle rain and torrential storm. Is it safe? Is it safe? It is not safe, but it is good. And the leaf emerges from the womb of the earth, standing vulnerable before its life to come. Is it safe? Is it safe? Softly and with great concern, the little kittens mew for milk, mewing their way into the straw-covered world. Is it safe? Is it safe? There are mice and raucous dogs. There are cuddling friends and shrieking cat fights. Is it safe? Is it safe? It is not safe, but it is good. And the kittens open their eyes and begin the cute tumbles which prepare them for the life to come. Is it safe? Is it safe? The small hand clenches big fingers as the yellow door swings open. The yellow tin people mover waits to bring the small child to the big school. Is it safe? Is it safe? There is learning and laughter. There are bruises and there are bullies. Is it safe? Is it safe? It is not safe, but it is good. And the child journeyed on to the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s. That's my poem, and we've got Kapler House, and we got no hands. Hey, folks, we need hands.
Yeah, I raised their hand again because I was expecting to be about 6 more people in front of me.
Well, we've got you up, so yeah, I better get my guitar out just in case, eh?
Yeah, and everybody else can get their instruments out and their song books out and rub their eyes clear of sleep and get ready to do some music. We're gonna try something strange here with this one. Everybody unmute, and you know the insert parts because you know this song.
Or anybody who, well, I could lead that.
You could.
Yeah.
Sometimes when the grass is blown by the breeze, there's a faraway look in the leaves of the trees. A memory returns heartbreakingly clear of a place I call home.
Your state's name here.
No sky could be deeper, no water so clear as back in the meadows on
your state's name here.
I'm gonna go back, although I don't know when. There's
no other place like your state's
name here.
Oh,
your state's name here again.
What a state!
I have not been back since
A reasonable date.
where the asphalt grows soft in July every year. In the warm summer mornings of
Your state's name
here.
sound like a washing machine in there, you know. My grandpa would come and turn on the game and fall asleep drinking
Your local beer's name.
while grandma would sing in the garden for hours to
All of the names of indigenous flowers.
oh
Your state's name here.
oh
Again,
What
What
a
a
state.
date.
I haven't been back since
a reasonable
Reasonable
where
date.
the asphalt grows soft in July every year in the warm summer morning of
Your
Your
state's
state's
name
name
here.
here.
the songs that she sang were somewhat obscure. She learned from the local townspeople, I'm sure. The language they use is not very clear, like
Place a colloquialism right here.
oh,
Your state's
State's
name
name
here.
here.
oh,
Again, what a
What a
What a
state.
state.
I have not been back since
A reasonable date.
Reasonable date.
where the asphalt grows soft in July every year in the warm summer mornings of
Your state's name
State's
here.
name here.
I'd love to wake up
Where the state songbird sings
where they manufacture the
names of some things.
they're like there they on the bumper a sticker so clear
And
an eye and a heart and then
your state's
state's
name
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 here.
here.
whisper it's soft it's a song to my ear.
Your state's name here. Your state's name here.
It's there I was born, and it's there I'll grow old by the rivers of blue and the arches of gold. Oh,
Your state's
Your
name
state's
here.
name here.
Again, what a
What a
state.
state.
I haven't been back since
A reasonable
Reasonable
date.
date.
where the asphalt grows soft in July every year in the warm summer mornings of
Your
Your
state's
state's
name
Name
here.
here.
Gotta do this song every so often, otherwise people forget it.
That was awful.
I don't think I've heard that one before. That was great.
Berryman and Berryman.
I
Yeah.
love it. All right.
Honestly,
We
have to
have
work on education.
we have an
I
alarming
was
lack
ready
of,
to go Lou and Barry Berryman, Barry
Lou
Charles.
and Peter.
Yeah, Lou and
Who's the
Peter.
girl?
well, we have no hands, but we had Tim singing along and we had Shirley singing along. So I'm gonna ask for what Tim or Shirley. Come on. Bless us with your voices. Or anyone else. The first hand up wins. All right. It might be.
I have to go get my music. I'll come back in a little bit.
Okay. Oh, Carl has saved us this moment. I will have my guitar out soon for the next time this is a thing.
Don't be
but-
so sure about that. You said no, all political songs are allowed.
Oh, Addison, hey. Sorry.
And I have a copy of the Big Red Songbook.
I need to get myself a copy of that. I was singing with a bunch of folkies in New York a few weeks ago, and oh man, we had a great night just singing from that book for anyway. Take us
And
away.
I should mention that I'm going to do a song here that is he wrote it while on death row in Utah. I haven't done this a lot, and I usually sing it in Swedish because it's turned somewhat popular in Sweden. But as far as I know, Americans consider it unsingable. Here is Joe Hill's, at least a couple of verses of Workers of the World Awaken. Workers of the world awaken, break your chains, demand your rights. All the wealth that you make is taken by exploiting parasites. Shall you kneel in deep submission from your cradles to your graves? Is the height of your ambition to be good and willing slaves? Arise, ye prisoners of starvation, fight for your own emancipation. Arise, ye slaves of every nation, in one union grand. Our little ones for bread are crying, and millions are from hunger dying. The end the means are justifying, 'tis the final stand. Join the union, fellow workers, men and women side by side. We will crush the greedy shirkers like a sweeping, surging tide. For united we are standing, but divided we will fall. Let this be our understanding, all for one and one for all. Workers of the world, workers of the world awaken, rise in all your splendid might. Take the wealth that you are making, it belongs to you by right. No one will for bread be crying, we'll have freedom, love and health. When the grand red flag is flying in the workers' commonwealth. So, a long time since I sung that, and the first time in English. But I think we hit peak political for this evening.
Thank you, Carl. Again, a call out for hands. After Tim, I will go. And then, yes, claps from Madison. And then we need hands for after me. So raise your hands, folks. Tim, take us away.
I'm in the first square. I'm in the first square. Yahoo! You know what happened to Mighty Casey at the bat after he struck out? Well, the intriguing answer is, what happened to him after he struck out? The intriguing answer is revealed in this sequel to the Ernest Thaler's Casey at the Bat. That was a poem from the turn of the previous century that many people should know. Mighty Casey has struck out, but Casey too, it ain't over till it's over. No, there was no joy in Mudville. Casey hung his head in shame. It seemed his futile third strike whiff had cost his team the game. The crowd turned mean and surly. They began to jeer and boo, but just then something happened, something too good to be true. Casey heard a curse behind him, and he saw the catcher sprawl. From the pitcher came the muffled scream, "You jerk, you dropped the ball." Down the baseline, Casey bolted. In a flash, he reached first base. Then he scampered off towards second at a world-class sprinter's pace. Well, the backstop hurled the horsehide with a grace that few could match. His throw was hard and straight and strong, but far too high to catch. It soared into the outfield. Jimmy Blake came in to score, and when Flynn raced home from second base, the game was tied at 4. Casey's legs kept on pumping. He watched the errant ball. "Holy cow," screamed the announcer. "Geez, it's gonna reach the wall." Round third, the stalwart slugger sped. He hurtled towards the plate, but the center fielder's throw was true. Would Casey be too late? Yes, Casey rocked the catcher as he stretched to make the play. And they say that even Samson would have dropped the ball that day. So our hero spiked the dish. The Mudville Nine had won the game. The crowd now shouts, "Put our Casey in the Baseball Hall of Fame." But would the fans applaud him? Would they scream and wave their hankies if he knew he played his option out and then signed on with the Yankees? A book of sequels.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. And Tim, you have totally redirected my whatever I was gonna do.
Thank you for that. We're just about ready to start baseball season.
Yeah, you know what? It's being from Toronto. I mean, we've got a good few years ahead of us with our young team, so it is pretty exciting.
Well, we got the Tigers here in Detroit, and they're supposed to be reorganizing and redoing for some time now. They might actually do something.
Some franchises seem to always just be in that stage.
Rebuilding mode. Just like the Pistons, just like the Red Wings.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do a poem as well. Not because you did a poem, but because I also have a poem that's slightly sportsy. And so let's go away. This is a poem, and the date it says pre-2005. So this is old. I was quite young, and I'm pretty sure it's at least a few years before 2005 that I wrote this one. But I wrote it after watching a movie that any of you sports fans that are older than me would know, called Field of Dreams. And so this is From Nowhere They Come. From nowhere they come to play for a while. They don't bother with money nor skill nor style. They play for fun, making dreams come true, like there was nothing better for them to do. Smiles are passed and challenges made. Oh, the fun they find in a game. Careless as children running around, they gather round a man throwing balls off a mound. Or they chase a little black disc across the surface of ice. Everyone wants in on the action, they all want a slice. Or a pigskin battle, the ultimate showdown. Fourth quarter victory on converted fourth down. Or shooting balls into nets through rims or goal posts. The players live on as undying ghosts. DiMaggio, the Rocket, to just name a few. They live on like myths, I assure you they do. For love of the game, we remember their names and admire their photos in great halls of fame. They played not for money and not for a prize. Can't you see the love of sport in their eyes? 'Cause somehow the pressure of life lightened a bit when shooting a puck or when trying to hit. Heaven on earth, on a sports field, such passionate players, their joy is revealed. There is no place that they'd rather be, 'cause nowhere else do they feel so free. That's why sports fields are one thing on earth that we'll also find in heaven, will convince God of their worth. Yeah. Sports has made an appearance in the FILK rooms. But yeah. Gary is up next. Excited to hear from Gary. Shirley is on deck. I gotta lower a few hands. Let's hear from Gary.
There we go. I could go multiple ways now, but I'll loop back to some of them for another turn. By the way, for those of you who have been paying close attention all through the pandemic, or if you've been paying close enough attention, you'll notice I've upgraded the decor behind me. The poster of somebody, the poster with the lyrics to Somebody Will has now been joined as of this morning by a drawing from Debbie Ohi that I probably picked up at a FILK Ontario Interfilk auction somewhere along the line, and a print of Ariella Hausman's painting of the Lady Astronaut from the Mary Robinette Cowell books. And on the parallel wall, since we're talking about baseball, my commemorative collage from the Washington Nationals 2019 series win. Which has nothing to do with the song. But who was it? I think it was Carl actually brought brought this one to mind. I wrote this at actually I started writing this at a folk music gathering where they were having a Joe Hill tribute, and I sidled up to the guy running the tribute, who's a folk musician and union organizer, and whispered in his ear, and I asked, did he know any songs for the construction trades other than the awfully ubiquitous sick note, and he said he didn't, which of course is depending on your perspective a good or bad thing to say to a songwriter, because I'd written back pretty much. I think I'd written half the song before the end of the end of the retreat. Anyway. Get my voice in gear. Brick by brick, it's like my voice in gear. Brick by brick, the strongest hall will arise, will arise. Bolt together columns and beams, reach the sky, reach the sky. And by labor strong and skilled, the best homes we can build. And through all our union trades, build it high, build it high. Across the city sounds a bill. Across the I do not have Leslie Fish's range today. Across the city, sounds of building ring out through the air as workers put up studs and joists, hang ducts and wires with care. Look for the ones with craft and skill and safety on their minds, with love for home and country there in the Union man you'll find. Brick by brick, the strongest hall will arise, will arise. Bolt together columns and beams, reach the sky, reach the sky. And by labor strong and skilled, the best homes we can build. And through all our union trades, build it high, build it high. Here's a health to the iron workers, balanced high above the street, eating lunch astride a rooftop beam, the city views our need. And for the master masons, as a block they lay and stack, and the way they pace their labors for the work can break your back. Step brick by brick, the strongest hall will arise, will arise. Bolt together columns and beams, reach the sky, reach the sky. And by labor strong and skilled, the best homes we can build. And through all our union trades, build it high, build it high. To bring your well-drawn plans to life, there only is one way. That's a trained and healthy working crew that earns an honest pay. So here's to the union laborers and the service that they give, as they build the places where we work and the houses where we live. Brick by brick, the strongest hall will arise, will arise. Bolt together columns and beams, reach the sky, reach the sky. And by labor strong and skilled, the best homes we can build. And through all our union trades, build it high, build it high, build it high. Thank you.
Woo! I love it. I would love to see the words for that one. That's yours, right, Gary? Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, you can shoot me a message if you're willing to share those. What? I got lost with excitement. Shirley's next. Shirley is next. And then followed by Kapler House. We may have time for a very, very short song after that. We may not. So if there is one more hand, it will have to be short, and it's not a promise. Shirley, take us away.
Okay, there was this chatter in Smart Alec where somebody was asking, said, "What's your favorite song to sing?" And I came up with this, and I was like, I haven't sang this in a long time, so I'm like, I was born in Inverness on the second day of spring, but my soul yearned to sail the stars, my heart did long to sing. So when I made my 16th year, I signed my life away and flew out from this world to which with joy I come today. Now somewhere in 8th sector, there's a world called Helen Div, where long ago the space folk did decide that gods did live. And that world is heavenly, but heaven it not be. For my God made my heart and made the land most dear to me. And God lives on Terra in her lands of evergreen. Her silken skies over velvet veils, the most lovely I have seen. And when I watch a sunset fade from red to royal blue, I know God lives on Terra. She's his own dream come true. Now I've seen the sun on Arrakis, and I felt her golden sands. On Wrigley's I once won a bet, and I've held a queen's fair hand. And I've made love in the summer snows of a Rigel mountain camp. And I've seen the universe unfold unpurned from Dragonback. I've seen this whole grand galaxy, and I thank the Lord for that. I thank God for the chance to go and the chance to now come back. And I thank the Lord that I was born in the cradle of mankind. I love the God who made this world, whose beauty outlives time. For God lives on Terra in the hearts and souls of man. Why search the stars for lost Eden's shores when he made her right at hand? The beauty of her blueness always moves my heart to tears. For God so loved Terra that he chose to live right here. Yes, God lives on Terra. He lives and loves right here.
Lovely. Oh man, so good. Thank you, Shirley. We have now Kapler House for one more, and maybe Tim if we have enough time for a real short one. He heard my proverso about keeping it short, but let's take it away, Kapler House.
Okay. Well, this is short. Do talking. I got into a poetry thing too. Some of us don't play ball and we don't build buildings. The naming of drugs is a difficult matter. It isn't just one of your holiday games. You may think that at first I'm mad as a hatter when I tell you each drug must have 3 different names. First, there's the name manufacturers use daily, such as Motrin, Sudafed, perhaps lidocaine, such as Axiron, Xarelto, Xlax, or Beano, Sominex, Benadryl. Those 2 are the same. There are fancier drugs for less common conditions, some for the gentlemen, some for the dames, such as Zoloft, Estradiol, Kosar, or Senestrin, but all of them just manufacturers' names. But I tell you a drug needs a name that's generic, a name not peculiar to a singular strain. Else how can you find one that fits in your budget? For comparison shopping, you must have this name. Of names of this kind I can give you a quorum, such as oxytocin or perhaps sertraline, such as atorvastatin or pseudoephedrine, names that don't ever describe more than one. But above and beyond, there's one name left over, and that is the name that can never be changed. The name any chemist can read in their reference and know all the atoms and how they're arranged. When you notice a chemist in deep meditation, the reason I tell you is always the same. Her mind is engaged in a rapt contemplation of the meaning and diagram of a drug's name. It's totally invariant, long, a bit scary, and fully descriptively chemical name.
Ooh. Now I kind of want to just look at one of them names and have my mind blown, because that'd be kind of fun.
Well, I'm sure I got a lot in my rubber Bible.
Yeah. I'll have to look that up. We have Tim up next, to be followed by our first concert, very shortly. So, Tim, take us away.
Thank you again from the book of sequels, which reading the note was published in 1990. It was put together by Christopher Surf and a whole bunch of friends. Good luck finding it, but it's a big read, fun read if you go through all the literary parts of it. Now, more entries from Joyce Kilmer's notebook, trees 39 through 46. And remember, after I read these, you can create your own in the chat. I think my pen shall never glean a poem like a collard green. I think I shall never address a poem crisp as watercress. I think I shall never hail a poem like a bunch of kale. I think I shall never greet a poem smoky as mesquite. I think that I have never struck a poem stout-stemmed as a yucca. I think I shall never heed a poem slender as a reed. I think I shall never execute a poem like a taro root. I doubt I'll find before I die a poem weird as a papaya. And like I said, feel free to continue Joyce Kilmer's work in the chat channel if you can come up with your own. And meanwhile, we're going to be ready to hand off to the concerts. Take it away, Chris.
Yeah, concerts are starting, and we have a lineup that is super exciting. So thank you for that, Tim. Our first concert today.
You're welcome.
Yeah, our first concert today is Mike Whitaker and family. I think if I can glean from my sound check inside information. And so, Mike, are you there to take us over?
Okay, apparently we're live.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Just before you do, I'm just gonna say that once you
Oh
are
gosh, you've no idea how appropriate that is.
once you're done your set, David Wheeler, also on our wonderful Concom, will be taking over the hosting and introductions for the next bit. Yeah, take us away. Thank you so much.
Take it away.
Right. Okay. Mission Control, Houston. This is Apollo 11, I think. This is something I wrote about 20 years ago, and I keep having to change the chorus, and I'd like to stop. There's a silence across the barren land, no wind to stir the dust, and metal tools left lying with no rain to make them rust. A single footprint marks the place where once two heroes toiled. A flag forgotten, fallen lies amid the dusty soil, and that one giant leap grows further now each day to the empty desolation over 50 years away. But one small step can start us off once more on that longest march in history to tranquility's far shore. Elsewhere on that landscape, the pictures left behind, a simple family photo for some traveler to find. The one who's left it's long is gone, safe now, no more to roam. A reminder of the journey made so many miles from home, and that one giant leap grows further now each day to the empty desolation over 50 years away. But one small step can start us off once more on that longest march in history to tranquility's far shore. Far and wide the debris of a dozen's labors lie, scattered remnants of a time when mankind dared to fly. The whole world watched in wonder, prayed that they'd be safe homeschooled. Old men now who still recall their steps upon the moon, and that one giant leap grows further now each day to the empty desolation over 50 years away. But one small step can start us off once more on that longest march in history to tranquility's far shore. And that one giant leap grows closer now, we pray. Apollo's distant triumph we will dare again one day. That one small step will start us off once more on that longest march in history to tranquility's far shore.
And as we leave the moon and George Mitchell, we leave as we came.
sure the technology abuse works, but hey. You can find that on the Bandcamp pages, which are linked from napalmmusic.com, although it's in a key that I shouldn't have sung it in. So the version of the new album, Plug, which will be coming out hopefully sometime this year, should have...
You never know.
You never know. Should have a version that's in a more palatable key. Okay, this one's Heather Dale's fault. Mostly because she writes Arthur stuff, and I quite like writing Arthur stuff, so... I lie here in the dark and calm, neath water cold and still and deep. And he who for me likewise rests in Avalon's enchanted sleep. And cold steel knows only darkness in through the turning years. Pays no heed to wind and water, watching, waiting for the call to rise and wake the time of need. 1,000 years and more have passed since I was drawn beneath the sky. Felt sunlight flare on shining blade, chose who should live and who should die. But cold steel knows only patience, it's not the turning of the years. Pays no mind to passing lifetimes, watching, waiting for the call to rise and greet the sun again. Forged with water and fire, quenched in blood, then set in stone. Arthur drew me, held me close, with me leg clung to Britain's throne. For cold steel knows only violence, edge still keen through turning years. Pays no mind to passing kingdoms, watching, waiting for the call to draw me from the deep again. I rest here deep beneath the waves, beside the lady of the lake. Her magic keeps me sharp and bright, and holds us safe until she wakes. And cold steel knows its allegiance to Britain through her turning years. Pays no mind to passing fancy, watching, waiting for the call to rise and greet the light, the hand to draw me for the fight. When Arthur wakes to aid this land, Excalibur will come to hand again. Would you like some scaffolding for those harmonies?
Oh gosh, I'm sure you pitched that up.
Yeah, it's up on minor third because it sounds rubbish down it.
Oh,
Sorry!
sorry you didn't give me that warning.
Oops. That's the 3 a.m. pillar for me then.
Yeah,
Okay.
afraid so.
Welcome to the Millhouse, which for those of you who've been here, or if those of you who haven't been here, is a big, sprawling piece of 1860s stonework, which is the devil's own job to get internet feeds and Wi-Fi through. But we do know, after a look at the 1860 census, that the original miller here back then was a chap by the name of Mearston Oldham, who I like to think was...
he was a Puritan.
He was a Puritan. He was one of those salt of the earth farmer craftsman types. And we appear to have quite a visit from Mimi, who is going to go away before she scratches the furniture to death because she's not allowed in here. And I woke up one morning with almost the entirety of this song running through my head. I have no idea where it came from, but this is the Miller's Tale. My name is Mearston Oldham, I am keeper of the mill. 500 years and more it stood in sales and ever still. John Barleycorn's my life and work, the good Lord is my guide. The miller I shall be until he calls me to his side. Winds blow, sails turn every single morn. Shaft spins, wheels move, swift to grind the corn. Hands knead bread's made each day with the log, and on each loaf and sack of flour the miller sets his mark. Beside the road to Lincoln town my windmill can be seen. My house is named for Providence, the good Lord sends me. The farms from here to Deeping bring the corn for me to grind, for which I praise the Lord above with heart and gladsome mind. Winds blow, sails turn every single morn. Shaft spins, wheels move, swift to grind the corn. Hands knead bread's made each day with the log, and on each loaf and sack of flour the miller sets his mark. John Barleycorn is with me from dawn to dusk always. The corn I grind, the bread I bake, on each and every day. When all is safely gathered in, then to the church we come, to thank God for his goodness with a song of harvest home. The winds blow, sails turn every single morn. Shaft spins, wheels move, swift to grind the corn. Hands knead bread's made each day with the Lord, and on each loaf and sack of flour the miller sets his mark. The winds blow, sails turn every single morn. Shaft spins, wheels move, swift to grind the corn. Hands knead bread's made every with the log, and on each loaf and sack of flour the miller sets his mark. My name is Mearston Oldham, I am keeper of the mill. 500 years and more it stood, it sails and ever still. John Barleycorn's my life and work, the good Lord is my guide. The miller I shall be until he calls me to his side. Okay, for those of you who listen to FILKcast, Eric and Lizzie do a fabulous show. I really strongly recommend you watch it for all those things that you didn't listen to it, for all those things you didn't know you wanted to listen to. They did a Valentine's-ish episode not so long back, shortly after we had played this at a friend's wedding. And they chose this to open. Heaven only knows why.
This is not actually one of ours. We picked it up in a youth hostel in Devon, written by the warden of the youth hostel and the waitress and
The very nice diner
across the road, who didn't realise they were filkers.
You came down in a spaceship and you stepped out the door. I was on my back porch, I'm mopping the floor. You walked across my chicken yard and you offered your hand. You said, "Oh, will you marry me?" And I thought it was grand. You didn't warn me when you told me you loved me. I would be marrying a mutant zombie flesh-eating chicken from Mars. The night of our honeymoon, you got into bed. I noticed something sticking out of your head. You bent down to kiss me, and what did I see? Two green antennae waving at me. You didn't warn me when you told me you loved me. I would be marrying a mutant zombie flesh-eating chicken from Mars. It started with small things you found round the house. I soon discovered I had a flesh-eating spouse. You gobbled the hamster, the dog and the goat. And only last Tuesday you slashed Granny's throat. You didn't warn me when you told me you loved me. I would be marrying a mutant zombie flesh-eating chicken from Mars. We soon had a baby, our pride and joy. A sweet little bundle of chicken, half boy. As he grew older, he drove me half mad. He got a lust for flesh, just like his dad. You didn't warn me when you told me you loved me. I would be marrying a mutant zombie flesh-eating chicken from Mars. You ate a baby and you tried to eat me. There's no kind of marriage, I'm sure you'll agree. You climbed back in your spaceship and you flew back to Mars. And now I'm alone again and I gaze at the stars. You didn't warn me when you told me you loved me. I would be marrying a mutant zombie flesh-eating chicken from Mars. But men are from Mars and women are from Venus.
Or something like that. Where did that come from? So yeah, you can find that on Shattered Dreams, which is also available on Bandcamp, because I'm shameless. Okay, time for possibly one, maybe two more. I know this one gets played quite a bit at FKnO, largely because Phil Mills does it. And this is kind of one of those songs that is really meant for FILK songs, FILK cons, and those things we've been missing, like sitting around and nattering and singing in harmony and all those other fabulous things. Well, that's
past, now it's Friday. Slip out of work early and rush home to load up our stuff. With guitars and songbooks, then off down the road. Looks like we'll all be there soon enough. As we pull in the car park, we're smiling, and friends we've all missed this past year. Hands help us move all our things to our room, then it's off to the bar for a beer. Give us 3 days away from the rat race, with like-minded folk at a con. Give us hugs, give us laughter that rings to the rafters, and music till just before dawn. Give us guests who are here for the first time, that we feel like we've known all our lives. And let's stand with our friends as the convention ends, and sing Sam's song with tears in our eyes. All gathered here for the con, with laughter and music the whole weekend through. We're all different and yet we belong. Come evening we join in a circle, make music far into the night. Some of us stay up until break of day, with song to greet morning's first light. Give us 3 days away from the rat race, with like-minded folk at a con. Give us hugs, give us laughter that rings to the rafters, and music till just before dawn. Give us guests who are here for the first time, that we feel like we've known all our lives. And let's stand with our friends as the convention ends, sing Sam's song with tears in our eyes. Too soon it's ended, it's Sunday again. All our friends have packed to head home, trading addresses and promises, yes, and we'll talk to you soon on the phone. We say our farewells in the lobby, surrounded by bags and guitars. Just one heck more, with excuses galore, to put off that walk to the car. Give us 3 days away from the rat race, with like-minded folk at the con. Give us hugs, give us laughter that rings to the rafters, and music till just before dawn. Give us guests who are here for the first time, that we feel like we've known all our lives. Let us stand with our friends as the convention ends, and sing Sam's songs with tears in our eyes. Give us 3 days away from the rat race, with like-minded folk at the con. Give us hugs, give us laughter that rings to the rafters, and music till just before dawn. Give us guests who are here for the first time, that we feel like we've known all our lives. Let us stand with our friends as the convention ends, and sing Sam's song with tears in our eyes. Is the hunter home from the hill, and the sailor home from the sea? Time for one more. That's all right. I know the camera screen's turned off. The camera screen goes to sleep when he gets bored.
Okay.
Oops.
Oh dear, you strummed too hard.
I've shredded the pick. One more. I think
We probably ought to close with this one. They probably wouldn't have us back if we didn't, would they?
No, probably not.
No.
Which verses?
What do you mean?
Which verses do you want me to sing?
Verse 2.
Okay.
And be ready to hand me a pick. This is a song for which I need a pick, Rhodey. I have a lot of broken fingernails. Watcher on the tower, I see your lantern and the flicker of the fire that keeps you warm. Turn your eyes away from its dancing flame, for the darkest hour comes just before the dawn.
Watcher on the tower, I hear their hoofbeats. They ride to take this land, their day is born. See their torches burn with a dancing flame, for the darkest hour will come before the dawn.
Ah! Watcher on the tower, take down your broadsword and remember all the oaths that you have sworn to fight to save this land from the dancing flame, for the darkest hour has come before the dawn. Watcher on the tower, I saw your lantern,
On the tower, I saw your
and the
lantern.
flicker of the fire that kept you warm. Now your funeral pyre is its dancing flame, for your darkest hour came just before.
For your darkest hour came just before.
For your darkest hour came just before the dawn. Thank you very much. Hope to see you all at a real FILK Ontario sometime soon, please.
Thank you. Coming up, we have second of our slate of concerts. This is Naomi Hinchin. Naomi, are you ready?
Hi, I'm here.
Then we are ready.
Yeah, you were on mute for a sec. All right. Good. Yeah, hello, FILK Ontario. I'm gonna start off with a song that is for my primary instrument here. Ukulele, you're so sweet, playing a calypso beat. Ukulele, I'm awfully fond of you. My dog has fleas, ukulele, just the thing. I can play and also sing. Ukulele, ukulele, you're my music of choice, it's true. Oh, just as long as I feel a song is oncoming, I've got an instrument that's just heaven sent for some strumming, not just a humming. Ukulele, jump and flee, you're the instrument for me. Ukulele, I'm awfully fond of you. And to follow that with another Sesame Street song parody, and also another music-themed one. Oh, capo. Well, I'd like to finish this tune for this song that I'm trying to write. Yes, I'd like to finish this tune, but I'm stuck and there's no end in sight. I thought I knew what the next phrase had to be, but somehow I've wandered into the wrong key, and I've made no more progress this whole afternoon, so I still haven't finished this tune. Well, I'd like to finish this verse. Surely lyrics are much more my speed. Yes, I'd like to finish this verse, but I can't find the words that I need. I thought of a first line and I had a plan, but the next line's too long and refuses to scan. Now I'm tearing my hair out and starting to curse, and I still haven't finished this verse. I'm sure the premise was solid, I knew how to start, but having ideas is the easy part. There are so many songs that I might like to sing, if I could just write the whole thing. Now I've nearly finished this song. Yes, I think that the end is in sight. Yes, I've nearly finished this song. At the end of the tunnel, a light. The notes are in key and they're mostly in time. The lyrics all scan and they even all rhyme. Just sing it all through and I know before long I'll have finally finished this song. Now I finally finished this song. Alright, so a cappella for a bit. Let's have some evil mermaids. Or at least one. Oh, beware of the voice that will call you, flee from the sea king's daughter. When her song has you bound, you will surely be drowned. Don't you go down to the water. Under the moon you may see her, colder than snow and paler. Weaving her spell from the ocean swell, hunting a hapless sailor. Oh, beware of the voice that will call you, flee from the sea king's daughter. When her song has you bound, you will surely be drowned. Don't you go down to the water. Once you have heard, it will draw you, fill you with awe and wonder. Salt of her kiss is a moment's bliss, then she will draw you under. Oh, beware of the voice that will call you, flee from the sea king's daughter. When her song has you bound, you will surely be drowned. Don't you go down to the water. How do I know, you may ask me, how can I name this terror? Once I drew near when her song called clear, that was my fatal error. Oh, beware of the voice that will call you, flee from the Sea King's daughter. When her song has you bound, you will surely be drowned. Don't you go down to the water. I ran away from the seashore, so she might never find me. Under the sound of my footsteps pound, laughter rang out behind me. Oh, beware of the voice that will call you, flee from the Sea King's daughter. When her song has you bound, you will surely be drowned. Don't you get down to the water. No, I escaped from her clutches, thinking myself so clever. Like a fish on a hook, my poor heart she took. Now I am hers forever. Oh, beware of the voice that will call you, flee from the Sea King's daughter. When her song has you bound, you will surely be drowned. Don't you go down to the water. Oh, beware of the voice that will call you, flee from the Sea King's daughter. When her song has you bound, you will surely be drowned. Don't you go down to the water. Alright, well, going a little happier now. This was my only FOM song this year, but I'm pretty proud of it because I feel like, well, it was inspired by a line from now Oscar winner, Everything Everywhere All at Once, but also I feel like there aren't enough songs about the kind of love story most people have. It's just an everyday love story. It's not exciting. It's two people building a life together. And so I wrote a song for that. Some say that love is passion, a burning in the breast. Some say that love's an epic, a noble knightly quest. But I say love's a home and hearth that's big enough for two. 'Cause I could just be happy doing laundry and taxes with you. Yeah, I could be so happy doing laundry and taxes with you. I can't afford a mansion, can't give you diamond rings. I don't have much to offer, but ordinary things. But if you'll take me as I am, we just might make it through. 'Cause I could just be happy doing laundry and taxes with you. Yeah, I could be so happy doing laundry and taxes with you. No need to climb a mountain or swim the deepest sea. I'd rather you be safe, dear, and come back home to me. 'Cause even when our socks get lost and bills are overdue, I still could just be happy doing laundry and taxes with you. I could be so happy doing laundry and taxes with you. Though we may live a quiet life, our love is no less true. Just know that I'm so happy to do laundry and taxes with you. So happy just to be here doing laundry and taxes with you. All right, so another love song, but in a somewhat different vein. It's based on an experiment in getting artificial intelligence to write slogans for candy hearts. So And results were mixed. Computers can be funny things. We think of them as smart. But try and make an algorithm write a candy heart. You'll get a few like Love Bun that might pass a Turing test. And lots of nonsense like the rants of one possessed. Their hearts say mouthy hamster or put shuffle in parens. But I prefer to see their answers through a different lens. Their output is peculiar, but it's certainly not bland. And maybe we're the ones who need to learn to understand. AIs might say T-Rex to mean you go girl. Could be that biohazard means be true. Wicked, eat a tree might be how they say email me. And maybe ants can stay means I love you. And maybe ants can stay means I love you. We ask them for sweet nothings and get beans and okay bro. But maybe they're just speaking in a language we don't know, expressing their affections in the only voice they've got, where it comes out as stack bear or no blinking or how caught. AIs might say horse loop for friends forever. I'm yours might be God bless you undead crew. Love 2000 hogs, yay, might be AI speak for best day. And maybe flying whale means I love you. And maybe flying whale means I love you. You might think it eccentric that I find these sayings sweet, but who can fathom what might cause one's heart to skip a beat? So when I'm feeling lonely looking for a valentine, I'll tell my laptop woof woof hoof and hope it hears me mine. AIs might say mouthfeel to mean my hero. Could be all hail the chicken means I do. Hot stuff my body is. That one's fine as is. And maybe kitten dandians I love you. And maybe candy hole means I love you. And maybe super bear means I love you. All right, a good time here. I guess you could say this one is technology gone wrong in a different way, except in this case, it is all user error. The trouble started one day when I went downstairs to clean and found what looked like blueprints to construct a time machine. I don't know how they got there on that dusty basement shelf. I think that maybe they were planted by my future self. The plans weren't hard to implement, and once the paint had dried, I pushed the big red button and I took it for a ride. I mean, Con, was I gonna not build a time machine? It sounds like an adventure, having time at your command. Once I started traveling, it soon got out of hand. I've meddled with the time stream, and now it's plain to see that time travel's not everything that it's cracked up to be. I went to see my grandparents in 1955. I thought I'd pay a visit back when they were still alive. But it was my first trip, and so I didn't understand that I should check ahead where the machine was due to land. So when I parked that time machine I'd worked so hard to build, it landed on my grandfather and he was nearly killed. Okay, in my defense, nearly destroying yourself from existence is a time traveler rite of passage. I just got it out of the way early. It sounds like an adventure, having time at your command. But once I started traveling, it soon got out of hand. I've meddled with the time stream, and now it's plain to see that time travel's not everything that it's cracked up to be. Well, family was clearly out. Instead, I thought I'd see a couple greatest hits from olden days of history. So I embarked with gusto on my time stream tourist cruise. In hindsight, maybe Salem was a foolish place to choose. I realized my mistake in time and quickly pulled the switch, and barely made it out before they hanged me as a witch. And let me tell you, those Puritans have no sense of humor. It sounds like an adventure, having time at your command. But once I started traveling, it soon got out of hand. I've meddled with the time stream, and now it's plain to see that time travel's not everything that it's cracked up to be. Another thing I realized as through history I ranged, the tiniest disruption and my future might be changed. I took no souvenirs and kept my journeys to a few, to minimize disruption and preserve the past I knew. But I've learned that I can't assume what might change time or not. I once stepped on a butterfly and JFK got shot. Okay, I admit, guys, that one was my bad. It sounds like an adventure, having time at your command. Once I started traveling, it soon got out of hand. I've meddled with the time stream, and now it's plain to see that time travel's not everything that it's cracked up to be. I think it's for the best I bring my travels to an end. But just to close the loop, there's one last trip that I intend. I've packed up all my blueprints in this sturdy cardboard box, so I can leave them for myself and stave off paradox. But if I gave myself the plans on some clandestine visit, then who designed this time machine and whose idea is it? It's probably better just not to think about that too much. It sounds like an adventure, having time at your command. Once I started traveling, it soon got out of hand. I've meddled with the time stream, and now it's plain to see that time travel's not everything that it's cracked up to be. Yeah. Okay, good. Good time there. All right, so now I'm going to do a couple seasonal pieces. So we're going from winter to spring. So I'm going to do a wintry song and then a spring song. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. Outside it is snowing, the cold winds are blowing. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. The temperature changes surrounding the pole have caused the cold air to go out for a stroll, like a lush from the neighborhood watering hole. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. The weather got tight and we froze overnight, so go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. The jet stream has weaved its way home from the bars, so now we're all clearing the snow from our cars. And in Minnesota, it's colder than Mars. Go home, polar vortex. vortex, you're drunk. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. Stock up on provender, this storm's on a bender. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. The temperate zone got a blast of cold air because that cold vortex went out on a tear. Go back to Alaska, they're used to you there. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. All this winter storming's thanks to global warming. Go home, polar vortex, you're drunk. All right, so now let's move on into spring. Yeah. Deep in the snow we've been buried, slow and lethargic with cold. Get out of the snow, pokes a crocus. New life sprouts forth from the old. Wait for the sun to wake us. Wait for the snow to be gone. Under the earth lie the flowers. Hope for the spring leads us on. Birds have gone south with the seasons. Trees have been silent and bare. Just keep looking for that first robin. Listen for songs in the air. Wait for the sun to wake us. Wait for the snow to be gone. Under the earth lie the flowers. Hope for the spring leads us on. Let April showers fall on me, soaking the ground once again. Breathe in the air in the garden, sweet scent of earth after rain. Wait for the sun to wake us. Wait for the snow to be gone. Under the earth lie the flowers. Hope for the spring leads us on. Hope for the spring leads us on. Okay, great. I've got time for both of the last two songs. Go move on to some mini djembe percussion. So I don't know if you call this seasonal, except in the sense that winter is the time when all the little outdoor critters have started moving into your house to wait out the cold. Pitter patter of little paws, the mice have been moving in. I sit too still in an empty room, the skittering will begin. We've set up some traps and we've locked down the food, but all our precautions they seem to elude, and into my ears will unwelcome intrude the patter of little paws. Pitter patter of little paws, the squirrels are back again. It might be easier to abide if it was just now and then. They scavenge the feeder for something to eat, and then raid the garden when they want a treat. And up on the rooftop I'm hearing the beat, the patter of little paws. Pitter patter of little paws, I think we might have raccoons. We've put a call into pest control, let's hope they can get here soon. Don't open that crawl space, there's something inside. Some creatures that choose in our house to abide. They're trying to be sneaky but failing to hide. The patter of little paws. I hear the critters on every side, impossible to avoid. When the great outdoors start to come inside, I start to feel paranoid. Pitter-patter of little paws, they seem to be everywhere. With them scampering all around, it's hard to be unaware. They're so good at hiding, they rarely appear, and yet I still notice whenever they're near, because all around me I constantly hear the patter of little paws. Okay, cool. I got time to do, if you've heard me before, this one will probably be familiar, the anti-snail anthem. And if we have a little time after that, I can put in too many books, but let's see how it goes. To battle we will go, to face a deadly foe. Our stalwart lads will never flinch nor quail. Together we will fight, each yeoman and each knight, and grapple with the forces of the snails. Fight the snails, fight the snails, determined that our courage shall prevail. Unto the breach we go to defeat the mollusk foe, and do heroic battle with the snails. Despoilers of our plants, maybe aphids, mites, or ants, or moles, or voles, or hares with fluffy tails. But the scourge that is the worst is when gardeners are cursed with fighting an escargatoire of snails. Fight the snails, fight the snails, determined that our courage shall prevail. Unto the breach we go to defeat the mollusk foe, and do heroic battle with the snails. Our foe is slow of speed, so to catch them all we need is to follow where they leave their slimy trails. When we face the gastropod, we will pray unto our God to grant us victory against the snails. Fight the snails, fight the snails, determined that our courage shall prevail. Unto the breach we go to defeat the mollusk foe, and do heroic battle with the snails. We vow we shall not rest till we've beaten back this pest, no matter if we live to tell the tale. Until our final breath defend our gardens to the death against the depredations of the snails. Fight the snails, fight the snails, determined that our courage shall prevail. Unto the breach we go to defeat the mollusk foe, and do heroic battle with the snails. Okay, I think we do have time for one very short one. So, right, and I'm sure lots of you will relate to this one. It's impossible to have too many books. It's impossible to have too many books. My shelves are fully packed and all the extras have been stacked, but it's impossible to have too many books. I admit I haven't read all of my books. I admit I haven't read all of my books. But I have them 'cause I want to, so screw you, Marie Kondo. I admit I haven't read all of my books. I probably ought to organize my books. Yeah, I probably ought to organize my books. If I make an inventory, I won't miss out on a story, so I probably ought to organize my books. But I definitely don't have so many books. No, I definitely don't have too many books. If there was shelf space to be had, there are some more I'd like to add. So no, I definitely don't have too many books. All right, yay, so everyone have a happy FILK Ontario.
Thank you, Naomi. Coming up, we have Rhiannon's Lark. Are you ready, Elisa?
All right, let's see if we got good sound going on here. Hi, everyone. So I want to play you some songs from my new album just released this month called Cylinder Becomes Unicorn. And yep, there it is. The first song that I want to do for you is about a cafe that I would like to own someday. And it's where you go when you're just feeling overwhelmed by emotions and you want to stuff them down with carbs. It's called the Pancake Oubliette. Hey, howdy, dearie, come on in and have a seat. I'll be right there, I'll get you something good to eat. Just have a little looky at the menu we got. Everything will fill you up, it won't cost a lot. If you're feeling lonely, if you're feeling blue, we've got something hot on the griddle for you. There are waffles for sadness and donuts for pain, muffins if you're in an awful fret. French toast can lighten the heaviest heart. Welcome to the pancake oubliette. Hey, howdy, dearie, sit on down and share your plight. We'll listen well, then fill you up to fuel your fight. We know how carbs can suppress the strongest feeling. There's nothing like that sugary bread for emotional healing. If you're feeling lonely, if you're feeling blue, we've got something hot on the griddle for you. There are waffles for sadness and donuts for pain, muffins if you're in an awful fret. Croissants melt away like the cares from your mind. Welcome to the pancake oubliette. Hey, howdy, dearie, I can see you're much improved. Those morning treats have done their job and turned your mood. Now, next time when you start to feel that gloomy ache, just come on back, we'll stuff you full of that breakfast cake. If you're feeling lonely, if you're feeling blue, we've got something hot on the middle for you. There are waffles for sadness and donuts for pain, muffins if you're in an awful fret. Don't even ask what the strudel's for. Welcome to the pancake oubliette. There are waffles for sadness and donuts for pain, muffins if you're in an awful fret. French toast can lighten the heaviest heart. Welcome to the pancake oubliette. Welcome to the pancake oubliette. Welcome to the pancake oubliette. Thank you. Yeah, so the new album is available both for digital download and for shipping on Bandcamp. Or if you're going to be at Consonance next week, I will be there in person. And then at the end of next month, I'm doing a tour down to Maryland and DC. So if you're in that area, maybe you'll come out and see me live, which would be awesome. This next song is about Sean Bean, and it's pretty self-explanatory. Take one for the team, Sean Bean, take one for the team. We wager you're prepared to die in the upcoming scene. We've come to hate and love you in your roles upon the screen. Now it's time to take one for the team, Sean Bean. As Boromir, you capture portrait of the weaknesses of man. The One Ring preyed upon you, and you tread a darkening path, but you fought to make a hero's last stand. Take one for the team, Sean Bean, take one for the team. We wager you're prepared to die in the upcoming scene. We've come to hate and love you in your roles upon the screen. Now it's time to take one for the team, Sean Bean. In Patriot games you came on strong as a vengeful terrorist, filled up to the brim with rage and rancor. Time and time again you fought Jack Ryan to the brink, till he finally impaled you on an anchor. Take one for the team, Sean Bean, take one for the team. We wager you're prepared to die in the upcoming scene. We've come to hate and love you in your roles upon the screen. Now it's time to take one for the team, Sean Bean. We should have known by Game of Thrones the fate you had secured, yet your virtue forced us all to love you. We sat in shock and horror mute when Joffrey claimed your head, and the mighty ice sliced you clean through. Many actors are typecast as villains we can hate, or as heroes meant to inspire. But you chose a different path. With bated breath we wait to see how you will expire. Take one for the team, Sean Bean, take one for the team. We wager you're prepared to die in the upcoming scene. We've come to hate and love you in your roles upon the screen. Now it's time to take one for the team, Sean Bean. Thank you. So when I am not doing my original music, I'm usually doing 50s and 60s folk rock. And I'm going to do one of those for you now because it's very appropriate for the auto harp before I switch back over to guitar. This is from Johnny Cash. Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. The taste of love is sweet when hearts like ours meet. I fell for you like a child. Oh, but the fire went wild. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. Went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire, the ring of fire, the ring of fire. Thank you. All right, give me just a second here. I'm going to put Miss Lucille, the auto harp, away and switch over to guitar. So the Johnny Cash always tends to go over very well at the senior facilities, and I like him as well. And so I was trying to decide what the next Johnny Cash song I was going to learn was. And I decided to work on I Walk the Line. And that song changes key 5 times, which is ridiculous. So I did learn it and I do play it, but it's about 2 minutes long. So 5 key changes in 2 minutes that's a lot of work for a short song. All right, so let me play you another one off the new album because I like them all. And this is very true to my family. We always used to play card games and, a lot of the early board games before board games became such a popular and wide spectrum thing. So we kind of got bored playing the same games over and over and over again. And so we would use house rules. So this song is called House Rules. Yep, it was guessed. Might be because the game is old. Playtesting wasn't quite the same back then. I reread the instructions and we made some deductions, but it's still not clear. Now we're faced with a choice. I can't find the answer on BGG. We can quit barely halfway, but I've taken a survey and I think it's time for house rules. They're just tools to enhance our enjoyment of the game. Let's be plain, I don't care what you say, you're in my house now. Might be because the game is flawed. One player always ends up snowballing. There's no catch-up mechanic, now her lead is gigantic, but we can't just quit. We've still got about 2 hours to play. We all sit here wondering what's the point. Games don't have to be equable, but this one's inflexible. I think it's time for house rules. They're just tools to enhance our enjoyment of the game. Let's be plain, I don't care what you say, you're in my house now. Might be because we got bored. It's definitely because we got bored. While they won't last forever, gosh, we all feel so clever laying down the laws. We won't alter theming or story. We'll just tweak a few things here and there. It's not based on ambitions, we won't change in conditions, but I think it's time for house rules. They're just tools to enhance our enjoyment of the game. Let's be plain, I don't care what you say, you're in my house now. What if we had wild cards and get rid of free discards? We could put an empty space right there, it's not out of place. Change the currency a bit, force the bonus to be split. One reroll, drop that goal. We've got full control with house rules. They're just tools to enhance our enjoyment of the game. Let's be plain, I don't care what you say. It's house rules. They're just tools to enhance our enjoyment of the game. Let's be plain, I don't care what you say, you're in my house now. Thank you. Every time I play a song off this album, I'm like, oh, this is my favorite song on the album because they're so much fun for me. It's my life story encapsulated in an album. For those of you who have not heard me before, if you're curious about the vocal effects, the harmonies and stuff that you're hearing, I'm using a TC Helicon acoustic play pedal, so all of the effects are coming from that as well as the vocal harmonies. It's my own little personal backup band. I want to play the title track off the new album, Cylinder Becomes Unicorn. And I think many of you will probably relate to this idea of uncovering who you are and then being in situations where people expect you to be the person that you used to be. I was raised upright as a cylinder, a perfect little polished round peg, and I fit so well in that little round hole. It comforted my heart and soul. And my friends all see me as a cylinder, for they are all cylinders too. It just made sense to live like that, to do the things that cylinders do. And we all were mighty fine cylinders, mighty fine cylinders were we. And we didn't give a thought to a cube or a cone, or the shape we'd be when we were full grown. Then my soft edges started sharpening, my symmetry was off a tad. I didn't quite fit in that little round hole, I felt like I had lost control. I was baffled looking in the mirror at the shape looking back at me. It wasn't quite this, it wasn't quite that, I couldn't tell what I was meant to be. But I used to be a mighty fine cylinder, a mighty fine cylinder was I. And I didn't give a thought to a cube or a cone, or the shape I'd be when I was full grown. Then my shape found new definition, definition that was free to grow. While it wasn't quite how I was born, it seems I'd become a unicorn. And my friends all see me as a unicorn, for they are unique beings too, with wings and horns and fairy dust. It's magical when you are you. And these days I'm a mighty fine unicorn, a mighty fine unicorn am I. And I don't give a thought to a cube or a cone, or the myriad ways I could have grown. There are times when I am expected to be the cylinder that I once was, but this thought I have rejected. And while this change may give you pause, I just can't fit where I did before. Please don't ask me anymore. For these days I'm a mighty fine unicorn, a mighty fine unicorn am I. And I don't give a thought to a cube or a cone, or the myriad ways I could have grown. Thank you. All right. I see our next guest in the audience, which means I got time for a couple more here. So I had mentioned that I've been having a lot of fun playing the songs off the new album. And the previous album that I did, The Long Road, was written sort of in the beginning of the pandemic, most of the songs. And so a lot of them were a lot heavier. There was some political stuff. There was some very personal, emotional, anxiety-ridden stuff. And it's just been such a huge change to do this album, and it's been so much more fun and joyful for me. And both were important, and they're both a sense of release. But there's just a lot of more fun songs on this, including this next one, which is called Don't You Touch Mama's Sewing Shears. So some of you might be able to relate to this, that if you grew up with a mother or a father or someone in the house who had a pair of shears that were only for fabric, and you do not touch them for anything else. And I grew up with that, and I carried it on to my house. And my husband grew up with that, and he knows you do not touch those shears for anything except fabric. I think you'll catch on to the chorus pretty quick, so hopefully you'll all be singing along at home. When it's time for cutting, there's so many shears about, it might seem hard to choose. Grab any pair, they'll do the job, I have no doubt. There's just one thing you cannot do. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. Have you seen the pair lying in the kitchen drawer? They'll cut through solid bone. And just last week we got some safety scissors from the store, but you better leave Mama's sewing shears alone. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, please don't touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. If you've got some hairs to trim, check neath the bathroom sink. For pruning, look inside the shed. There's ones that slice and snip and pare, and even ones that pink. But grab those orange-handled shears, you're dead. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. Now Mama's prized possessions aren't what you'd guess. She's got no chest of furs and jewels, but that don't mean she cares about them any less. She keeps a watchful eye on all her tools. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, just don't touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. Don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch, don't you touch Mama's sewing shears. Thank you, Chris. I love the rhythmic shears moving. All right, I got time for one more. I'm going to give you a visual as a clue here. I thought I should do one song not off the new album. So for any of you who know this fellow, we're going to do a song off of the very first full-length album I released under Rhiannon Clark, Sky Full of Phoenix. This is Job, the Armored Donkey. All right. The legend lives on, though the years past are long, since my very first time campaigning. A party of four, we were ready for war, though three of us had zero training. My character's build was a strange mix of skills. She could move silently and cast glamours. I'd never have bet that her strongest asset was her penchant for making great armor. A pack mule we sought for the gear we had bought, and we soon found one that was quite hardy. Then in my spare time I mastered a design of lizard scale mail for the donkey. Oh, it's Job the armored donkey. Oh, it's Job the armored donkey. Our first mission in, there's a river to swim, and we fret over whether Job will sink. His light lizard mail lets him ford it quite well, but he brays as he reaches the far bank. He's seen a bright flash from the depths, and we dash back into the river to search it. We come up with gold and treasure unforetold. Job's keen eye has made this trip worth it. Oh, we're rich thanks to Job the donkey. Oh, it's Job the armored donkey. It's not long at all till we're caught in a squall, and we have to make camp in the open. We awake in the night, 50 orcs we must fight, and Job's hobble we see has been broken. And the orcs come en masse, 10 to each one of us. Their arrows will take us life and limb. Job gallops the line, catching each one in time, and their bolts just shatter against him. Oh, we're alive thanks to Job the donkey. Oh, it's Job the armored donkey. My friends, you can laugh, I too thought it a gaffe. I mean, who makes a donkey wear scale mail? Yet time and again, he's been more than a friend. Our adventures sans Job would surely fail. He saved all our lives about 34 times and made us obscenely wealthy. We're famed across the land thanks to him and our band, and we count him as one of the family. Oh, it's Job the armored donkey. Oh, it's Job the armored donkey. I'm seeing donkeys everywhere. All right, it's so beautiful and lovely to see all of your faces. I'm going to toss it over to Mikey.
Okay, thank you. That was, of course, Rhiannon Slark. In the chat, you'll see links to her website, Patreon, and Bandcamp. Now, coming up, we have Mikey Mason. Are you ready, Mikey?
You are muted, Mikey.
You are still muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now? Beauty. All right. As I switch over to the other rig, here we go. This is a song. This is a song I wrote about my about my fifth favorite Terry Pratchett character. I have a list. I don't have time to go down it, but but Tiffany Aching is in the top 5. So this is called Hat Full of Sky. It's a very tricky thing to make a shamble out of string, with the life caught in the center and suspended like a sling. In the way you tie the knots, and in how you connect the dots, and in first sight and second thoughts, and now the world's refocusing. And maybe it was something you could see until you need it, and maybe it was right there all along. But I hold these hills in my heart and in my bones, and I can dance some Morris, I can wear midnight. With the land beneath my boots, I will never be alone, and I've got a hat full of sky. When it's your life out on the chalk, you weigh your words each time you talk. You do the work that's needing done, and then somehow you learn to see between right and wrong in life and death, and between this world and the next. There's more edges to be watched than you thought there could ever be. And maybe there was something you can't see until you need it, and maybe it was right there all along. But I hold these hills in my heart and in my bones. I can dance some Morris, I can wear midnight. With the strength that goes before me, I will never be alone. And I've got a hat full of sky, hat full of sky, hat full of, I've got a hat full of sky. And out on the chalk, the horse is running, frozen in time for all to see. But I've seen the world while I was truly awake, and I watched the white horse prance along the cliffs beside the sea. And I hold these hills in my heart and in my bones. I can dance the Morris, I can wear midnight. With the land beneath my boots, I will never be alone. And I've got a hat full of, I hold these hills in my heart and in my bones, and I can dance the Morris, I can wear midnight. With the strength that goes before me, I will never be alone. And I've got a hat full of sky, hat full of sky, hat full of, I've got a hat full of sky, hat full of sky, hat full of, I've got a hat full of sky. I've got a hat full of sky. Thank you all. Some of you may know that I got my start. I guess my start. I had a career for 15 years as a full-time stand-up comedian, and I traveled. I traveled the country, America, and beyond. Singing inappropriate songs to adults. So now my job is singing slightly more intellectual, inappropriate songs to adults. And this is a song that started off. I wrote this song and made a video for it, and it went viral. And I found out that there was an audience for the things I cared about. In this case, science fiction TV shows that got canceled nearly 15 years, 20 years ago. She's got a good job. She works hard for the money. She looks like a model, like a Playboy bunny. She likes comic books and video games. She even plays Warhammer 40K. But she don't like Firefly. That's why I have to say goodbye. She don't like Firefly, so she's gone, gone, gone. She drinks good beer, drives a hybrid car. She's hotter than her Warcraft avatar. She's got her own dice bag for role-playing games. She even wears steampunk lingerie, and that's got a pinch. But she don't like Firefly. She didn't even cry when, spoilers, she don't like Firefly, so she's gone, gone, gone. For our 1 month anniversary, we spent a weekend naked playing Halo 3. Had a great time laughing at zombie movies till I pulled up my copy of Serenity. She got all tense, said, do we have to watch this? I just said, shall she? Hit the brakes, cause she don't like Firefly. Didn't even cry when redacted. She don't like Firefly, so she's gone, gone, gone. No, she don't like Firefly. That's why I had to say goodbye. She don't like Firefly, so she's gone, gone, gone. There we go. I learned pretty quickly on that when I'm playing music for my people, those people being geeks, they don't necessarily care if it's funny as long as it's good. And I did a podcast with Mark Gunn. We're still doing the podcast. It's called In the Verse. But the first season was us watching every single episode of Firefly and then discussing it and writing songs about what inspired us about that episode. So I turned all of my songs into an album called Shades of Grey. This is the title track. Every night it's the same dream, awake in a haze. Somewhere out on this edge I've been walking, somewhere in the haze. I look for some direction, but the center's hard to hold. And I wonder at the part I'll play as my story it unfolds. And I feel like I'm stuck on a train or I'm tied to the track. And it just keeps moving faster, no way to turn or turn back. I look for something solid, but I got a bad name. I broke a promise for my conscience, but it's the right thing all the same. Sometimes it ain't easy, and most times it don't pay. But this coat of brown shines like the sun when everything around me shades of gray. Shades of gray. And I don't care what they say, cause I know what I've seen. Sometimes you can't prosper and still keep your hands clean. The reputation's solid, but I got a bad name. I broke a promise for my conscience, it's the right thing all the same. Sometimes it ain't easy, and most times it don't pay. But this coat of brown shines like the sun when everything around me shades of gray. And I don't care what it costs me, I know what I gotta do. You gotta know who you are and stand true. And I know the consequences, but I don't see no other way. I bet the red of my blood against shades of gray. live to see the morning after all that I've done. Maybe I'll get so drunk I won't know the day or the month. I don't walk the straight and narrow, I tend to misbehave. But my conscience is the only thing I'll take to my grave. Sometimes it ain't easy, and most times it don't pay. But this coat of brown shines like the sun when everything around me shades of gray. Shades of gray. Shades of gray. Shades of gray. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, like Alyssa, I have a new album. The new album came out actually last year. It's called Widdershins. And I'll be playing a song off of it, but what I think you should know about me is that I write a lot of music, in which I write at least one song every week and put it on my Patreon. This is one of those songs. It's going to be out on the next album I have out called Greatest Crits Second Edition. The first one was a collection of all the gaming songs I'd released, and this is all the other gaming songs I released plus a bunch more that I hadn't released yet. So this is about video games and life. There's a world that's needing saving and dangers needing braving by a hero that is equal to the task. There's a storyline revolving round a hero who's evolving and a villain we're all waiting to unmask. But this world is so intriguing and the plot gets so fatiguing, and there's so much in this world to see and do. So forgive me while I wander and explore the wild blue yonder, and I'll push your plot objectives to the far end of the queue because of side quests, world-defining side quests, XP mining side quests entertain me, help level up my gear. Side quests, here and there are side quests, everywhere the side quests they distract me and the plot line disappears. There's a dragon needing slaying, but this farmer's hens aren't laying, and their neighbor seems to be behind the curse. And if I can just remove it, and if somehow I can prove it was their neighbor, then the farmer will add coinage to my purse. Coins I can then use down at the blacksmith, who refuses then to sell one single sword until he has enough in stock. But I can take this pick, and if I cave it filled with brigands, clear them out and use that pick to mine the ore out from the rocks. And it's a side quest, world-defining side quest, XP mining side quests entertain me, help level up my gear. Side quests, here and there are side quests, everywhere the side quests they distract me. The plot line disappears, but in the real world side quests still appear. I'm on my way to get the groceries and a friend stops for a beer, but I only have one beer, and so we get into my car and we resolve the situation by us driving to the bar, and we have a round or two until we're joined by one more friend, and then another and another till our party hits an end, when I get a text from my wife wondering where the hell I'm at. But my friends forgot their wallets, so I spent the grocery cash on all these side quests. Wife annoying side quests. I'm enjoying side quests in the real world like I do in my games. Side quests, hair is bending side quests, wallet bending side quests, they distract me. The plot goes down in flames. Side quests, they distract me, and my life goes down in flames. So, Alyssa did songs off her new album, my latest album. That's off my next album. This is off of my latest album. This only sounds slightly blasphemous. He said the real miracle of Jesus was having 12 close friends in his 30s. All my friendships now are just figuring out whose turn it is to cancel plans. And I'm so tired all the time, and my back hurts all the time. And I just cleaned my whole house, and now it all needs cleaned again. But I finally understand what my mom was so upset about. I got a laundry pile and this real nice box I can't throw out. I'm an adult now, so nobody can tell me what to do. Please tell me what to do. I'm always rushing to get somewhere I don't really want to be. I used to sneak out to go party. I sneak out of parties now to go home. And I swear I haven't changed, but now everything is strange. And the front one on the right's my favorite burner on the stove. And I finally understand what my mom was so pissed off about. I got a laundry pile and this real nice box I can't throw out. And I'm an adult now, so nobody can tell me what to do. Please tell me what to do. I want to be invited, but I just don't want to go. My life is mostly paying bills and telling myself no, and deleting all these emails. I got 50 friggin' Tupperwares and not one matching lid. I got at least a dozen boxes full of random power cords. And I don't want to cook, but I can't afford to eat out. Got a mushy veggie pile in my refrigerator drawer. But I finally understand what my mom was so upset about. I got a bag of plastic bags and boxes that I can't throw out. And I'm an adult now, so nobody can tell me what to do. Please tell me what to do, 'cause I don't know what to do. Please tell me what to do, 'cause I don't know what to do. Sorry, Mom. Thanks. Yeah. So Alyssa did a song about house rules, and I also, on my last album, Wittershins, have a song about house rules. It has a different title, but when you were 4, you wrote new combat rules for Candyland. Huge lists of weapons, armors, and crit tables on which we would roll. Each of the board games in our home, they all had house rules by 13. Tax shelters in Monopoly, draw 20 wild cards in UNO. Yet you somehow wonder why. It's 'cause there's always one more step that you can take, one more rule that you can break, one more level you can go, and there is always one more way to win the game, one more way to shift the blame, one more fit that you can throw, and there is always one more thing to add on to. Maybe that's why no one wants to play with you. When you can frame someone in Clue, when playing Risk you launch a nuke, when playing Battleship your sonar lets you see the other board, when you play Mousetrap extra mice, when you play Yahtzee bonus dice, when you play chess your king can make a pawn into a feudal lord, yet you somehow wonder why. limits, 'cause there's always one more step that you can take, one more rule that you can break, one more level you can go, and there is always one more way to win the game, one more way to shift the blame, one more fit that you can throw. Yeah, there is always one more thing to add on to. Maybe that's why no one wants to play with you. In Chutes and Ladders, some chutes have a spike trap underneath. Your game of life has STDs. Your twister mat is always greased. All the house rules make these games take way too long to play. They're all driving me insane. Why can't we just play the base game when there is always one more step that you can take, and one more rule that you can break, one more level you can go, and there is always one more way to shift the blame, and one more way to twist the game, one more place that you can go, and there is always one more thing to add on to. Maybe that's why no one wants to play with you. Maybe that's why no one wants to play with you.
Thank you. I actually have a couple of more songs for you. This one's my theme song. This is off the album Driven.
I care a little too much, I laugh a little too loud, I look a touch out of place, but still blend in with the crowd. And I was always picked last for everything at my school. I am the opposite of cool, and I still read comic books. I've got a long box or 9, got a house full of cats. I post their pictures online. I wear the shirt of the band whose concert I'm going to. I am the opposite of cool. I get a little too mad, I cry a little too much, and I return every text, but I still feel out of touch. I get excited for things, I want to share them with you. I am the opposite of cool. I love some movies you don't, and don't like some that you do. I'm more a red shirt than Kirk, and I still love Doctor Who. And I know which Hogwarts house that I'd want sorted into. I am the opposite of cool. Clouds, I got my feet on the ground, got my nose to the grindstone, but there's no one around. Got my head screwed on tight, got my priorities straight, and every breath is a fight, but I'm feeling great. I don't have too many friends, and I still answer my phone. I just don't know how to dance unless I'm drunk or alone. I shouldn't care what you think, but I still probably do. I am the opposite of cool. I am the opposite of cool.
All right. Hey, thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to do one more song, and then we're going to give it up for the opening ceremonies, I believe. Some notes in the opening ceremonies. And I actually have another 3-hour gig tonight that I have to get ready for. So, this is a gaming story. So if you're into role-playing games, this is for you. If you're not, sorry. I have a friend who told me this is the stairway to heaven of gaming stories. I'm good with that. It was the best game ever. The traps and riddles were so clever. Hardly any of our party even died. Except for George, but he deserved it. He kept doing really dumb shit. When we split his magic items up, I swear to God, he almost cried. And when he came back in the game as his new gnome thief mage assassin, we took all his gear again and sold him as a slave. Best game ever. It was the best game ever. It was the best game ever. I took his set of +4 leather. Then we hopped on board the plot train. Let it take us for a ride. But then George came back. And this time he was a druid who refused to leave the forest, but always tried to start a fight. And that's exactly what he did with this poor farmer on the outskirts of the town, who turned out to be a god in disguise. Best game ever. 'Cause George's druid's head got severed, and he came back in this game while we were going through a cave to slay a dragon. This time he played a barbarian who hated both our magic users, but carried a sword of magic flames. And when we reached that dragon's lair, he argued tactics for an hour, till we fed him to the dragon. Then we killed it in 3 rounds. Best game ever. What kind of barbarian argues tactics for 5 minutes, let alone an hour? He deserved to die. He was asking to die. Did you see what he was wearing? No armor at all. All right, that's a very dangerous line to walk. Cosplay is not consent. It doesn't matter what the barbarian's wearing. They're not asking to die unless they argue tactics for any amount of time whatsoever. In that case, you feed them to the dragons, split their gear once you get back to the town, and have a pint to celebrate the benefit of your party. And as we wound down the adventure back in town inside the tavern, there was George as a half-elf, half-orcish monk illusionist. And as we counted out our treasure, he insisted on attempting to seduce the barmaid, laughing as she cried and raised her fist, until we all picked up our weapons. And as he died, he swore he would never game with us again, as long as he lived. Best game ever. Saved a barmaid, slayed a dragon, got some treasure, raised a flagon. And we racked up the XP, and we will never have to deal with George's BS in another game again. That is at least until next week, because he is our DM's brother, and her mom won't let us game here in their basement anymore unless we say that he can play. And yeah, I know you had to be there, but I swear by all that holy victory was never sweeter than it was today. Best game ever. Thank you all so much. My name is Mikey Mason, and enjoy the rest of, you know what? I don't want to say it that way. FK-NO. FILK Ontario.
Okay, thank you, Mikey. We are now going into the opening ceremonies, which essentially is our welcome to everybody to FILK Ontario, to FKnO, this year's online version of FILK Ontario. And before we go any further with any announcements or anything, we want to all introduce ourselves as the transitional ConCom. So I'd like to start with a cheer. So Aaron, Chris, take it away.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I was on hosting earlier. Some of you saw me, some of you didn't. It is so exciting to be at FKnO and here. I'm Chris. I've been part of the GTA FILK community for probably close to a decade, where I was dabbling in it for the first most of that time, and then and got roped in. So I just love I love FILK. I love the community the most about FILK, and when they said FKO was gonna go, I was like, no, it can't. And so Ingrid and myself were able to get enough of a rest of a team together, and so here we are. And this is FKnO, and I'll let David do the big announcement, but we are announcing our details for in person in 2024 in a few seconds, well, a minute or two, however long the other introductions take. So it is going to be back, and I'm going to pass to Erin if she's here. If not, David can do his intro.
I'm here.
Yay!
Hi everyone. I'm Erin. I am in Buffalo, which is, almost Ontario, and FILK Ontario has been my home convention since I came into FILK in 2005. I'm looking at Rand, who's sitting next to me. It was the first convention I attended, and I felt the same way when I heard that FILK Ontario was going to go away. I was like, no, that can't happen. So here I am. I am co-con chair, and I'm very happy to be here, and I will pass to David.
Thank you, Aaron. I am David Wheeler. I'm out of the Rochester area, which is, also kind of, Toronto auxiliary, I guess. And this is my first time ever con-comming of any sort. I figured after 20 some years, it's time to start making myself useful. And FILK Ontario in particular has always been very important to me. It was really the first, it was the con where FILK first took for me back in 2003. I think I'd haunted FILK rooms in the 90s, but FK was the one that's like where the light bulb or whatever went on. So that is me. I will pass on to Heather.
I'll just pipe up for a moment while Heather's getting herself unmuted. So Chris and Heather and Mirav stepped up to the plate right away, and Aaron and David stepped up too, and we're extremely grateful that they all did, because you guys wouldn't be here without them.
And then there's me. I didn't think I'd get choked up. I'm getting choked up. When I heard that FILK Ontario might fold, I got quite choked up and very upset and said, no, this cannot happen. And so I wanted to be on the team that made sure it didn't happen. I couldn't be on most of the team, but I'm on part of the team. I'm not sure what my job is this year, but I've been on the ConCom meetings and helping out and doing stuff, and I'm on the team for next year, doing hotel and making sure that all of that stuff happens. Back to David. doing
Okay.
who was doing the live announcement? Is that you, David?
That would be me. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we're going to start with the big one. As Chris mentioned, next year we are back in person. That is going to be on April 19th through 21st of 2024. It's going to be in the same location in Markham as the last couple of in-person cons. And our guest of honor this year next year will be the Blibbering Humdingers. We're all very excited about that. Our interfield guest coming from Israel will be Eli Bar Yahalom. And our FILK waves will be Jane Garson and Phil Mills. And excuse me just a moment. Yes, okay. And other announcements that need to be mentioned. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Madison Matricula Roberts is going to be leading a workshop on getting started making your own backing tracks. So that will be from 1 to 2 Eastern tomorrow. Otherwise, we have some housekeeping stuff to mention. Just again, a reminder to everybody to have your microphones muted other than performers, except when performing or when the host opens up the space for applause, comments, conversation. Let's see. And we will, I need to repeat the words for the Penguin Song Contest. The contest will be tomorrow, Saturday at 6:30. Our words are flowers, atmosphere, nebulous, partake, and penguin. The full rules are on the website, and the link to sign up is in the chat. And for now, we're going to break for people can have dinner or walk their dogs or other mammals, and as they would see fit. And we're going to be coming back a little before 6:30, around 6:25, where Kathleen is going to take us into the rest of the evening with Take It Back. Following which we have concerts from Beth Kinderman and from our Toronto contingent. Jane and Phil and Tom and Sue. So everybody enjoy. And Chris, do you have anything to add, Chris or Aaron?
I was just gonna add that we should still do the one about where to go. I'll just read it out. The one convention announcements. There it is.
Yes.
There's the tab I'm looking for. Code of conduct one. FKnO, like other FILK spaces, online and off, strives to be an environment that is safe for all people. Comments, feedback, and chatting should be positive in nature. Hurtful words and actions are not to take place here. If you are or you see someone targeted by words and actions that are hurtful, please reach out to me or Aaron. You should be able to get our emails from a number of people in the group if that's the case. So that we can do the right actions if it went unnoticed. Additionally, we would like to just remind performers that if you're going to do a song that might trigger trauma, try and give us the trigger warnings ahead of time. So some examples of that might be excessive violence, self-harm, domestic abuse, other stuff like that. And we thank everyone for helping to make this a safe space for all. And did we do our 2x10 announcements? I don't think we announced the 2x10s either.
I don't think we did. I can take that.
Cool.
We do have 2x10s this year, and they're at various spots in the schedule. It's an opportunity for anyone to grab a shot, share 2 songs or poems or other folk-related art for a span of 10 minutes or less. You'll find those slots throughout the schedule. If you have any questions, message Chris to sign and follow the link in the chat to sign up. The spaces are limited. It's first come, first serve. So time is of the essence. So that'll do it.
Yeah, a couple slots are already taken. So sign up for those 2x10s. I just posted the link to the sign up form. So if you want one of those slots, grab that. And I think that we are going to put on a cycle of different con announcements to leave on while we go. And everyone is welcome to go get meals or open chat. We can all chat it up. Everything folks about community, and so a chance to chat while lots of people are still around. I don't think it hurts either. So, Aaron, did you get that? I cannot hear you. I can see you.
I'm going to share my screen and see what we got here.
Okay. I think I can pin it too. Oh wait, I don't think I need to pin it. Okay.
You don't need to pin it. It's fine.
Okay. Cool. Chat away, folks.
Well,
go get dinner if you need to get dinner. Say your hellos to people that you haven't seen in a long time. All that
Well,
chat.
I'd like to start off by appealing to the Filkers that I have been put into a big financial crisis thanks to being swindled out of over $2,000. And I do have a GoFundMe page. It's now in the chat. And one of the things that's the biggest thing of it is that come April 5th, the lawyer for the landlord wants to get all past money due instead of just $200 extra a month. So I do need some big donations. The best donation I got from a FILKer was $250. The average seems to be $50. And lesser amounts are good. Now, when you get to that webpage, you will see that on the right-hand side, a list of some of the donors, and you can click on see all and see a pretty big list. And also, I'm going to put in here my PayPal address. So if you're not going to be, unless you want to be anonymous, you can PayPal me at Tim Ryan, all one word. PayPal me /Tim Ryan, all one word. So thank you very much for listening. Let's say hello to people.
Hey, folks. It's good to see everybody here.
Hey, Kat. Yeah.
I wish you the best of luck with your GoFundMe, Tim.
Thank you very much.
So,
what a lineup so far, eh? Everyone has crushed it.
Yes, they have.
It was a very good Friday afternoon schedule of music.
Man, but our whole schedule looks like that, though. It's amazing. I might be biased.
I'm not saying anybody is lesser or greater, but the schedule is just great throughout.
Thanks, Lem.
Thanks all the guests too, man. Yeah, so good. I'm looking at. Aaron, are you cycling through those? I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I'm trying to go down 4 at a time to see some of the names I see here. Yes, I want to specifically thank Kathleen Sloan. Hope you're listening in here. Thank you very much, Kathleen.
I'm fighting the evil black locust roots that have spread all over my yard.
Oh boy.
See them? Years ago, I did not know what they were and did not cut them down while I could.
Gee, I think a lot of people were serious about get that dinner.
Export to animated GIF. Can I do that? I'm trying to free Aaron from clicking through our slides because we did not figure out how to run that.
Oops.
And so I think I have an option.
I just think it's great you're doing it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we want all the other cons to do well too, right? So, and so we want to be able to promo all of those. I think I'm on a path to having solved it. Except where did those just export to?
This is Randy Hoffman. Just a quick request.
Hey, Randy.
The part of the Confluence concert slate bleeds over into the right-hand margin and gets just wiped out by that announcements logo. So I don't know if that can be fixed before the next time you run the announcements, but
I will definitely fix that. I thought I had gotten all those when I added in the background, but clearly I missed that one. I will fix it right now.
thank you. Much appreciated.
And the thing I'm doing is on what screen? I guess I can fix it here.
Yes, I'm outside while the weather is nice. It's supposed to be very wet out tomorrow, maybe even some slush or snow. And every year I buy lots of seeds and never plant them. And of course, having your yard full of evil black locust roots is not good for anything else to grow in.
Yeah, Paula, it looked like you were fixing a hole where the rain should be, or whatever, you know.
Well, if you want to see the water.
Yep, you probably got that too.
The crappy water feature in my yard.
Oh. It just dribbles out.
Yep, and I planted flowers and then I had to cover them up at night for about 5 nights in a row because we got a whole bunch of like cold nights. So fortunately at this point we're done with that, but that is about as much gardening as I can manage to do. I can pay attention to a thing for about 2 weeks at the outside, and after that it's on its own and it has to deal with it or not.
One of those weird Tennessee rules. One of those weird Tennessee rules where it's like, okay, live or die.
Well, no, it's more a cat thing. This is how long my attention span is for things planted in the ground is about 2 weeks. I can water it. And after that, it's like, good luck, little plant. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
I think that's called ADD, and I have a really bad case of it. But I mean, I do have, let's see, a chestnut tree, and I had 2 hazelnut trees, and this poor thing is barely survived. It's got one part of a branch off a unhappy trunk that survived. The weather 2 years ago did one of them in and almost did this one in. And there are some black walnut trees, and I have a large butternut tree that's like 4 feet in diameter that I planted 40 years ago. But I don't get any butternuts because the squirrels get them all. Miserable tree rats. My yard has chipmunks, red squirrels, gray squirrels, and then there was the night that a flying squirrel came soaring past my nose in my bedroom.
Oh, that sounds so cool, though. You've got flying squirrels?
It is not cool to have a flying squirrel in your bedroom, clambering up the dressers, soaring across the room, clambering up the bookshelves, soaring across the room all night long for 3 nights until I finally caught the thing.
That does sound dreadful.
Rocky in the bedroom is not something you want.
No, I wouldn't want wildlife in the bedroom, but I don't think I've ever even seen a flying squirrel in the wild. So that sounds kind of cool.
I've got good friends that have flying squirrels feeding out of their bird feeder in the backyard right now.
Flying squirrel, take a rat, make it into the shape of a squirrel. Now put flaps of skin between the front legs and the back legs as it spreads out like one of these morphic characters in the Marvel universe where they make themselves into an umbrella sort of shape. And that's what a flying squirrel looks like. And when its legs are folded, there's a line along its side that looks like a stripe, but it's actually the skin that goes from the front leg to the back leg.
Almost sort of describes as possibly the inspiration to those inventors that we see in old movie clips, old news clips, where there various people trying to fly their airplanes or to fly something else, the one that chugs up and down, and also the person who does exactly what that squirrel did. You just take yourself a cape and tie it between your legs to spread it out and your arms to spread it out and see how far you can drift. But testing it out by jumping off a 240-foot cliff isn't the best idea.
Have you ever heard of a flying suit? There are people who put them on and go soaring around in them.
Yeah, that's where they got the did the math, got the technology right.
Well,
some of these early ones.
That the outline is kind of like that of a flying squirrel when a flying squirrel is soaring away.
Uh-huh.
My impression is they're extremely dangerous, though.
Oh?
Yes, you could still fold them up and then go soaring down.
Oh, you mean flying suits. You don't mean squirrels.
No, I don't mean squirrels. I mean flying suits. My impression is that they are extremely dangerous. Yes, there are people who do that, but your glide ratio is not what you would really like. And also your second chances are not what you would really like.
But it's a lot less dangerous to other people than a drunk driver.
Well, that's true.
I mean, if you're going to take risks, something that costs a lot of money and that you do off in a mountain that isn't likely to destroy other people. Well, I mean, the Appalachian Mountain Club gets very annoyed about people who go out hiking in the White Mountains, especially up Mount Washington, who don't respect the fact that it can be a 70-degree, nice warm summer day on the sea level, and then some idiot goes up dressed like they're out for a nice 70-degree hike, climbs up Mount Washington and gets lost and freezes to death. And then somebody and the wind is blowing 100 miles an hour, and they have to try to go looking for this person and try to rescue them. They get really irritated about that.
Understandably so. I have gone hiking and camping, but it is necessary to have some fairly serious respect for the things the climate can do.
Yeah, a lot of the people who Mount Washington is just kind of sitting there, and they just don't realize that, yeah, it's really nice at the base of it, but up there it's nicknamed the home of the world's worst weather. And
it can be really nice and even hot when you're climbing up in the middle of the day, and then the sun goes down or the clouds come in and it's not hot anymore.
Well, it can be, as I said, it can be perfectly reasonable down at the bottom, and it's really nasty because, Mount Washington has the anemometer blew away when the wind speed reached 234 or something like that, 231 miles an hour back in the 1920s or 1930s. There's an observatory up there, and there are pictures of people taking the steaming tea kettle, pouring out the water that instantly freezes and sublimates. Or overnight, they get 5 feet of rime ice on the instruments. They have to go out every hour and take weather readings, and there are pictures of just how nasty it gets. So people show up from all sorts of places, and they think, this is a perfectly normal hike. And it's like, no, if you're going to go up there, make sure you've got your winter outer gear, even if it's a hot summer day on the ground, at sea level.
Okay.
I was really stupid last night. I knew that first there was FILK, and I attended FILK, and then I started buying books online, ebooks, because I don't have any more space for physical books. And stayed up until the sun was up. So not enough sleep. But I'm not going to.
Not a great way to start a con. You have my sympathy.
Well, I learned my lesson at a festival of the living room. So I am not going to stay up until the dawn tonight.
Yeah, probably for the best, but at least you get to sleep in your own bed, which will make it easier to sleep tonight than if you were like at a hotel. So there's that.
Yeah, I was at Boscone a month ago, and I think I was half an hour at the open filking. I was working on Boscone all day and then dealing with some other stuff that involved NESFA. So it's like, I got to the filking at like 2 in the morning on when Saturday turned into Sunday, and there were like 5 people there.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't stay up as late as I used to when I was like 30 and made out of rubber and springs. But
Oh, I'm 69 and can stay up. I just don't go to bed early. I just, you know, I Yogi Bear, sleep till noon.
I used to be that way, but somewhere along the line, I like lost that ability to sleep in and catch up after staying up late. So I'm glad that the open FILK is starting at 8 tonight, because that means I can stay for a while.
There was some open FILK to start with, and some of the people from the other side of the Atlantic were here. Lawrence saying something, etc.
Oh, well, I'm sorry I missed that. But I'm glad I caught part of Mike Whitaker's concert. That was fun.
Yeah, I went to the whatever it was called replacement for the UK FilkCon that was at his house. The concerts were streamed, and then there was open filking. It was quite nice.
That sounds nice.
There were about 25 or 26 people in person, and the same number online is what I heard.
Wow.
That was fun.
Well, for a house FILK, that's remarkable.
Well, what it was is it was a replacement for the UK FilkCon, because the hotel was still unavailable. So it's like, what can we do instead? So at one point you could see the harp and you couldn't see the person playing it. So we had a ghost harp playing.
Yeah, did house FILKs back in the early 90s, soon after getting my house there, and it built up to having a crowd of throughout the night of at least 36 people. Some of that was like come and go, come in and maybe just say hello before they go on to what they really were planning for the evening, which was nice.
Massville tried to go back in person back in the summer or something, and not many people showed up. I kept meaning to and forgetting about it. But I mean, I've made the ones that are online, so it's been online now again.
Yes, online's been very, very convenient.
Plus, I mean, it gets people who can't physically get in. And one of the issues in this area is that you can either have parking, or you can have MBTA, or you can have public transportation access. It's hard to get both. Or you can get there by car conveniently, or you can get there by mass transit conveniently. You can't do both. So
Yes, thanks to these online conventions and such, I've been able to reconnect to to a community I love, and because been put in it, I've been in a position of not being able to afford anything but a local convention. So
plus there are all those people who keep showing up on FilkHaven. I saw something on YouTube.
yes,
I didn't know you people existed.
Yes, those are the interests I like. It's like, came in because of Carmen Miranda's Ghost. They somehow they got to the video, and then they turned around and kept on searching and saying, "Hey, I like this stuff," and that they want to be part of it, or expand their creativity. So
Yeah, I mean,
very glad
fan run,
to see those people.
Carmen
fan
ran a
run,
ghost. Great song.
fan run conventions. If you don't know about them, it's hard to find them. I mean, like PAX East is 20 miles southeast of where I am running this, and there are like supposedly 100,000 people there. And you're not going to connect up to small local groups at something that's got 100,000 people at it.
Yeah, but best you hope to get connect with your clique of people, and that's about it.
Plus, I mean, PAX East is run by Reed Elsevier, however it's pronounced. They have had long had quite a reputation in the engineering world, as they run professional conventions and charge you through the nose. So I mean, there's fan stuff there, but the company that runs it is in it for one thing and one thing only. They can make a nice fat profit off it. And the gaming industry is there. And the fact that there are the hoi polloi general public there is kind of like frosting. Because I mean, if a company is spending $500,000 on booth and sending people, the person who spends $75 to get in and plays games, yeah, I mean, if you get 50,000 of them, it's quite a bit of money, but it's not the same thing as getting $1 million from one company that's doing that's an exhibitor.
Where'd the video go? There we go. I'm still muted. Oh goodness.
Whoever's playing
talking to
with
myself.
The
Yep,
screen,
that's
we
me.
were seeing your email and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if you wanted us to see all that.
I mean, I had to restart the video. It automatically took it out of it when the video loop stopped out of full screen. So, I mean, I'm not too worried about it.
I'm surprised the past 3 years that nobody's been seen walking across the screen in the nude or something.
I mean, it's happened on other platforms.
Yeah, I mean, you just get used to it and you forget that it's on.
I definitely had a near miss at some point where I can't remember where, but it was another situation where my desk is in my bedroom, which is it's a setup for that. Oh wow.
Well,
So,
I
Kat,
mean,
what's for dinner?
it was the end of a Eurofilk, and I think Deirdre or Deborah or both of them and I were on, and all of a sudden I screeched, a hawk just took a nestling out of the blue jay's nest, and the blue jay screeching could be heard on Zoom.
Whoa.
They were not happy birds.
No, they were not. We could hear them.
Was Basil reacting to that?
What was that?
If the birds were coming through Zoom, was Basil freaking out?
I don't remember him doing so. But he might have been in his cage getting a snack at that point.
I'm so
I think he
hungry
was
right
in his
now.
cage
I can't
at
wait
that
for my
point.
pizza to get done.
But you probably can't hear the cardinal singing away in the background. Getting
Basil says hi, by the way. He had been in his cage having a snack, and he just rejoined me.
Hi, Basil Bird.
Say hi to your public, Basil.
Hi, Basil. Hi, Basil.
He's
Pretty
also
pretty.
checking to make sure he still has feet.
Yeah.
I don't know why conures do that. They'll walk along and then they'll turn and look at their feet. Then they'll walk along and then they'll look at their feet again. They refer to it as foot checks on the parrot boards. I don't know why they do it, but they do.
So typical parrot behavior, in other words.
Apparently.
Hey, Chris.
A parrot?
Yes.
Random note. I don't know if anyone else noticed it, and I'm just really slow because I just got around to adding things to my calendar. But Sunday's dinner break is listed at 6:30, and so is Sunday's circle. So there's
Yes.
not like an actual dinner break. Or they
Actually,
overlap.
I think that I think we just are gonna.
Given it's the end of con, that's probably how it's going to work anyway.
Yeah. Also, I think we were not gonna do the actual break at that time because it's going into a circle and people can do what they want.
That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah. So I might just need to change the time so they don't say the same thing. But I mean, basically, we're just gonna close up after the last person at that time and open the circle for the evening.
That makes sense.
You might want to have a set time because Deborah and Deirdre and Ellen and I have been known to still be online Monday morning at 7 a.m.
Not on Monday. I have to go to work. And this weekend, I actually have to work for a couple hours Saturday and Sunday mornings as well, so I probably won't be up as late as usual.
Yeah. I think that I've set our meetings to go 24 hours and they start 11 a.m. So I think that everyone should be fine even after the FILK room person is gone, which is
I don't think we've had any that lasted past 7 in the morning on Monday.
that would be something.
Sadly, I'm going to have to miss a big chunk of tomorrow because I've got ConCom stuff for a local con.
Yeah, I think I've got something tomorrow. Maybe. I can't remember what it is. And I've got a Zoom meeting on 6 on Sunday night.
I've missed so many of these that I would have liked to be at because I didn't think organized people are like, oh, that's happening that weekend. I should not plan things, and I'm not organized. So, when you're running the con, you know that it's gonna definitely you can't put anything on the weekend.
No.
So I don't have to miss any of this one. I mean, occasionally I'll not be on for a few minutes here and there, but yeah.
I've got 2 or 3 hours of cell culture work to do each day of the weekend. We have 3 of us that take turns, and this is my weekend. But I figure I can get that done in the morning. But it does mean I can't stay up as late because I actually want to know what it would be not doing stupid things when I'm taking care of the cells.
Yes. Well, actually, I wrote a song about, let me see if I remember it. I don't have words of festival of the living rooms in January. I caught the con crud. How can that be? I caught the con crud attending a virtual con. I caught the con crud for 3 weeks. It lingered on. How do you catch the con crud when you're at home? How do you catch the con crud when you're not out to roam? I got the con crud attending. So anyhow, it's a true story. I did get the con crud because I stayed up for all 3 days without much sleep. And I had laryngitis for the next 4 weeks.
I'm going to stop my share for a minute. I just got some stuff that I've got to look up. Yes, that is not what I want. Oh, there goes my pizza calling me. My stomach says, answer the pizza's call. Whoa, man. We already have lyric submissions for the Penguin. Oh my gosh. You guys are amazing.
That's quick.
That's awesome.
I mean, we did post them yesterday to various groups, so that people could see ahead of time. I think I realized too late. I was like, "Whoa, the Penguins on Saturday? That's not the time that I wanted to do them." Somebody's doing a white. Oh, Heather's doing a whiteboard.
I'm doing a whiteboard because there's nothing showing, and I want to just quickly test the whiteboard for the songwriting contest.
That's totally cool. I think that you should totally test out the whiteboard while I figure out. What was I looking at? There was something I need to check on the schedule. I'm pretty sure I'm hosting after dinner break. Yes, I'm the host after dinner break. I've got 15 minutes. I better go get that pizza ready. I got less than that because at 25 we're singing "Take It Back."
Okay, awesome. I can do that.
Oh, cool. You can put text in on the whiteboard. Okay, I gotta get priorities.
Okay.
Mute
so I can maybe get someone to help do that tomorrow while I'm doing that. That way we can review the songs after they've all been sung so people can refresh their memories.
Before I walk away, are you meaning put up the lyrics for each of the contest songs?
No, just the title.
Oh, yes.
And
Okay.
the name of the person who entered it, so it refreshes people's memories. That's what we usually do.
Yes. We will have some sort of system for that, for sure. You might, yeah, maybe the whiteboard or maybe a slide.
Yeah, something.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to get that.
I love how we can think on the fly. Okay, now how do I get rid of this? Ah, there we go. Stop share. There we go. I can think and do two things at once.
Okay, I have emailed in my lyrics. I guess I'm committed now.
I don't think I'm going to get inspired. Writing to other people's prompts just doesn't usually work for me. I mean, something that somebody says or does will set me off, but write something that uses these 5 words. doesn't have a
I saw
thematic content.
I saw the 5 words and something just popped into my head. So it's working for me this time is how I'll put it.
Yeah, different people have different, what's the word I want? Processes is not a great term for it, but it's usable term for it.
Yeah, different people respond differently to various situations, and it can just vary from time to time. I mean, there have been plenty of times that I have not entered the Iron Filker or the Penguin Song Contest.
Different people have different brains.
Oh yeah. It's amazing how different people's brains can be. Ay, someone just rode a bicycle by 100 feet away with a loud radio or music player.
Must have been pretty loud to be audible from 100 feet.
It was.
I hope they can still hear the traffic because that can be important on a bicycle.
Not my problem unless they get run over and from near me.
Yeah, but I mean, it's bad. It's bad for public order when somebody gets run over on a bicycle. And speaking as a former frequent cyclist myself, I don't like people to get in the habit or think it's normal.
I think I hear someone's dog.
I had the adventure of driving a snowbird, which is a Canadian that retires to the southern states, vehicle back from Fort Lauderdale earlier this week.
Brain fed, no antibiotics.
And I noticed that Canadians love to complain about American drivers, but in 22 hours driving in the States, I only had one person do that thing when you're in slow traffic where you go into the exit lane and shoot past everyone and then butt back in line. And in 2 hours in Canada, there were 4 of them.
Okay.
So 1 in 22 hours in the States and 4 in 2 hours in Canada. Canadian drivers.
In New England, it used to be said that the worst drivers were in Montreal, who like to see how much paint they can scrape off your car. Boston drivers, Massachusetts drivers are very predictable. You want to cut everyone else out. Using turn signals is cheating, and bigger and uglier has the right of way. It got a bit confused with SUVs, but until the SUVs, it's like I was dating somebody who had a beat up old pickup truck, and he could not understand why people were yielding to him. And I said, you have a beat up old pickup truck. This means you have the right of way of anything short of a semi, because you don't care if your truck gets any more dense.
Yep.
So people got out of his way, and he just couldn't understand it.
Well, exciting news. We are at 24, which means if Kathleen is on, she will be able to take it back with us, and we can have the thing that opens up so many of our FKOs. And Kathleen, are you in
I'm
the...
here.
There we are.
There
Yay!
I am.
Oh, it's so good to hear your voice.
So
Oh, it's
it's
muting time.
6:45. That means if Erin has those words on a slide for us.
I can't remember. Am I supposed to have original sound off or on?
On.
On.
Okay.
We were supposed to have a
Noise.
slide with the lyrics. I totally
Yes,
forgot that
and
one.
I forgot. I am sorry.
What's that?
We were gonna do a slide with the lyrics to take it back for everyone to follow along, but
I'm finding them. Hang on.
You're finding.
we're
I
experiencing.
think you should reintroduce yourselves. I don't know, actually. I have no idea. But in the program, it said you were going to have brief opening ceremonies and announcements at 6:25, which you sort of already introduced yourselves. I don't know if you want to do that again. But
No, I mean, yeah, we did the announcements and stuff at the start of the dinner break, and we wanted your song to be the thing that carried our momentum into the rest
fine.
of the.
It's just not the way you wrote it in the
Yeah.
announcements, but that therein lies the fine art of ish.
It-
The schedule.
Yes.
I like that.
The
The fine art of ish is my specialization. Specialization.
So,
like
since I'm now hosting, I get to introduce Kathleen, and there are the words for "Take It Back." Everybody is muted, but everyone gets to sing along. Here is Kathleen with "Take It Back." Oh, let's give Erin a moment to make a slide.
Just making it bigger.
Oh, okay, just making it bigger. Okay. And here is Kathleen Sloan with her very own "Take It Back," the theme song of FILK Ontario.
Can you hear her? I have no idea. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can hear me and see me, that's good. Or if you can just hear me, that's probably good too, because seeing me is not all that interesting. Okay, here we go. Do you remember back when we were kids? We were artists and dancers and musicians all. We sang because we needed to, we danced because it gave us joy, made art to share our very selves with the world. Then as we grew older, it became very clear not all of us were good enough to make the grade. Our singing was sometimes off key, our dancing had a few missteps, our art was judged a bit too odd to share with the world. But we can take it back, take it back, take back the right to sing and play. It will fill your heart, it will feed your soul when you take back the right to sing and play. In a dozen other countries, no matter your age, you're encouraged and expected to create. Here in the West, we've been robbed of that choice. Come join our revolution, we found our own solution. You're all invited to participate. When we take it back, take it back, take back the right to sing and play. It will fill your heart, it will feed your soul when you take back the right to sing and play. We have broken the rules, we have carved out this space where skill is not the only measure of our worth. We're free to sing in circles here and dance if the spirit calls. Make art once again and share ourselves with the world. We will take it back, take it back, take back the right to sing and play. It will fill your heart, it will feed your soul when you take back the right to sing and play. So welcome to our diverse little clan. Don't worry, you're not good enough, come grow with us. We'll help you with your melody, we'll catch you if you trip and fall. We'll celebrate the art you choose to share with the world. We will take it back, for having me do that.
Awesome. Thank you, Kathleen. Anyway, it's Heather's job right now. Heather.
Thank you, Kathleen. A rousing way to go into the evening. And now we have on deck Beth Kinderman. Beth, are you
Yeah, am I audible now?
audible?
Yay, hooray. So this is my first time performing with this particular device in terms of laptop, and so if anything is not sounding right, yell at me in the chat and I'll try to troubleshoot it on the fly. But what a perfect lead-in. I guess this song is a little bit about that same theme. So wake up, you have been waiting for a chance to find you. So at the moment that one comes to bind you, stand up, 'cause you can face it or it can befall you. But either way now it has come to call you. Wake up. Walk your path in your own shoes. Send off what you stand to lose. 'Cause you can let it be, or let your destiny become the one you choose. Turn it down a little bit. So when the herald calls your name, answer with no doubt or shame. Unsure of what you bring, but knowing that no thing can ever stay the same. To bliss. Sorry about that, folks. Like I said, it is first time using this particular device, so let me see if I can.
Just gonna jump in. I honestly think if you just back up, it'll be better.
Okay. Yeah, I just found the gain. I turned that down. Just a second. All right.
If you back up though, it'll
Yes.
balance your voice and your guitar more
Okay.
too.
If I back up, I can't see.
Oh, yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I'll do the best I can.
I bet the gain coming down will do enough anyway.
Yep. All right, I have turned.
So if you can't back yourself up, move the microphone on the other side.
Is that better, Brett?
I didn't hear a clip that time.
Is it still too intense?
No, that sounds pretty good right now.
It's better? Okay. I'll back up as far as I can and turn the gain down a little bit more. Again, my apologies. First time using this, and I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball. Again, and if a child comes in and interrupts me, I apologize about that too.
Children are welcome.
What's going on here? Caterpillar inch along the blossom of the milkweed. Wonder how it ever finds the courage to start. Builds itself a pretty cage and hopes no one will interfere. But if it wants to live, it has to tear itself apart. Thank you. Better in the sense of audio now, I hope.
Yeah, it improved quite a bit.
Good, very good.
You sound great.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You sound
all
great.
right. Good, thank you. So I'm gonna do. I feel like every time I do one of these shows, I'm like, yeah, new album. It's gonna come sometime, and then it's gonna come this year, and then it never does. It will come out sometime. We are working on it. Life has been complicated in a lot of ways, but this is the title track from what's ultimately going to be the next album that I'm putting out. A bunch of songs I wrote over the last several years, all around the theme of hope. This is a song about feeling resentful about needing to be hopeful. It's called Sisyphus. When it all came tumbling, I was still there in the valley. Chalk it up as futile, add my failure to the tally. And I'll hold my children up above the waters as they're rising. Isn't one thing got me here, but none of it's surprising. Smart enough to go and cheat the reaper. Now I envy ignorance and just awaken sleepers. But I know their curse is not my curse, no faith left to be ruptured. Though my heart knows better, I'll continue ever upward. 'Cause it's hope that brings the energy, and it's the end. Hope at the bottom of every line. Hope that broke my soul. Hope that came and crashed my shoulder once again against this. Hope that gets up one more time and sets the rock to roll. Carrying a burden is the only job worth doing. Justifying journeys toward the paths that I'm pursuing. As the world below me withers at the mercy of my crawling into just my footsteps and the hillside and the falling. 'Cause it's hope that brings the energy, hope that is the enemy. Hope at the bottom of every line, hope that broke my soul. Hope that came and pressed my shoulder once again against this. Hope that gets up one more time and sets the rock to roll. I think next year there will be flowers because this year I'm planting flowers that every ancestor has made work. The times they could never see. The fruit of the tree I didn't grow was watered by the well I didn't dig. And if these things believed in me, then I guess I'm still believe. I've been trudging up this mountain since I was a kid. Makes no difference that it's done, but I'll know that I did. And I'll hold my children up above the water that I'm treading. Don't know where it's going yet, but I know where I'm heading. 'Cause it's hope that brings the energy, hope that is the enemy. Hope at the bottom of every line, hope that broke my soul. Hope that came and pressed my shoulder once again against this. Hope that gets up one more time and sets the rock to roll. You see, it's hope that brings the energy, hope that is the enemy. Hope at the bottom of every line, hope that broke my soul. Hope that came and pressed my shoulder once again against this. Hope that Thank you.
It sounded great. It did get louder again, so it was
Okay.
clipping again.
All right,
So
let me turn the gain down
one
a
more
little
notch
bit.
down just to be safe.
Okay, there we go. I'll turn it down a little bit more and try to resist my
Lots of people commenting how much they love that song.
natural instinct to belt. That's great. Thank you. I love playing it. I'll do another new one. This is a song about the rise of Skywalker that is in no way about the rise of Skywalker. Let's see, zoom settings. Let me see if I can change anything. It's automatically adjust microphone volume. Maybe we'll stop that and see if that helps. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. Oh, original sound got turned off. How did that happen? There, that's part of my problem. All right, how did that occur?
Somewhere subterranean, there's a serpent deep inside. Feel it rumble through the tunnels as it slithers, as it slides. It was wounded and it festers. Don't know how and I don't know why. Lashing out at me in pain as I am trying to pass by. I did not deal the blow, not be blamed, I know. But I'll break that vicious wheel. I reach out my hand and heal. If subjugation is my birthright, hereby I pronounce my claim. And if violence is my heritage, I'll take another name. I didn't come here seeking vengeance, or to speak my darkest dreams and make them real. I came here. Falling hard in passages by the rule of chosen one. You don't know if you are strong enough to do what must be done. But believe the ties that bind us mean that you won't have to ask. 'Cause I want to take the hand of who you are without your mask. Think what it justifies. Could choose otherwise. When there's nothing left to give, take my life again and live. If subjugation is my birthright, hereby I renounce my claim. And if violence is my heritage, I'll make another name. I didn't come here seeking vengeance, or to speak my darkest dreams and make them real. I came here. Not the only one. You're not the only one. Starts with all of us, and it ends there too. It isn't right, it isn't fair to ask the ones who gave so much already to give a little more. But what else can we do? What you need to do? With all the ones who never see it your way, never follow through your doorway. Best you can hope is meet you halfway. Lose the preconceptions we conceal and begin real. Never was alone, dead with whom I am aligned. Tightly grip the arc of justice, bent it toward the lighter side. Can you sense them? I can sense them. Rank on rank here at my back. By the courage of their vision, I can do more than just attack. 'Cause I'm not responsible, but I am responsible. For the sake of all who feel, I will awake and I will heal. If subjugation is my birthright, hereby I renounce my claim. And if violence is my heritage, I'll make another name. I didn't come here seeking vengeance, or to speak my darkest dreams and make them real. I came here.
Thank you so much. Lem, I see you referring to a middle slider somewhere on the screen. I do not know to which middle slider you refer. So I'm going to just continue trying to do the best I can. Thank you, Laura, and I'm so glad that you could be here. Looking forward to your online show. Yeah, White Castle has a middle slider. I don't know. I'm not sure I want any White Castle slider at the moment. But what I do want to do is play one song I didn't write. This was written by my dear friend Heather Estelle May from the band Astrasony. I think it's a brilliant folk song, one of the best I've ever heard, and I love to share it everywhere that I can. It's called Pure of Heart. Unicorn smiled when she saw you approaching her first day. One little test she demanded and shot the grin. Just prove that your heart is as pure as the dew on the snowdrops. You'll follow my gate if you're wicked and tainted with sin. Get pure of heart. The unicorn scoffed as she drew back her head with a shudder. I knew it, you arrogant mortals have never been pure. Perhaps if you're humble enough, you might gain some forgiveness. But you'll never be perfect, you're sullied, and I have no cure. Oh, what have you done then, you said as you stood up and faced her. Just sit in this glade telling people the things they can't do. There isn't a deed or a person who's ever been blameless. And I may not be pure, but I've been well done more good than you. All for the lies of those cruel unicorns, the messy and mortal since the day you were born. If you try to be perfect, it's just gonna tear you apart. You to tear yourself down till you shatter. They'll say that you're selfish for knowing you better. So be brave and tenacious and loving and joyful and smart. But forget pure of heart. If you're careful, you'll notice that unicorns live all around us. You can tell by the ugly, superior look in their eyes. They'll enumerate each of your flaws with disdain in their voices. They'll all tell you you have to be perfect. They'll all tell you lies. but forget pure of heart. Fall for the lies of those cruel unicorns. We've been messy and mortal since the day we were born. If we try to be perfect, it's just gonna tear us apart. I won't let the world tear me down till I shatter. I'd rather be selfish than think I don't matter. I'm brave and tenacious and loving and joyful and smart. And I'm not pure of heart. Thanks. I appreciate all of the troubleshooting advice that is flying back and forth here. The gain is off. Like it's I apologize. Let's take the moral of the last song and embrace imperfection. And you guys have only got to suffer with this for one more song, and then I'll move on to the next thing. So I think it's a FILK circle up next, or FILK participants. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's see. What was I going to play? Okay. All right. I'll do one more new one. Thank you so much to the organizers for having me back. I did FKnO I think a year or two ago, and it was just a really wonderful experience. And it's so fun to return. Hoping to make it to some of the FILK circles online over the course of this weekend. But if I don't, I hope you all have a wonderful time, and I hope that at some point in the future, I'll be able to maybe be in Ontario in person with you. Who knows? So this is one last new one that I'm going to finish with and then pass it over. This will be the closing track on my album when it's released. I wrote this for a songwriting contest at OVFF, went very oblique with the theme, and I'm pleased with how it turned out, even though it was very much off topic for what the actual topic was. This song is called I Won't Be There.
Down next time the fire comes.
Aria, you can come on over and wave hello to all the people in the concert if you wanna. You did so good. Hi, here's Aria. Thank you so much, FILK Ontario, for having me.
What a
You've been
set.
wonderful.
Amazing. Hi, Aria.
Thank you, Beth. And thank you, Beth.
You're welcome.
Offspring. Next we have, and I see them sitting there all ready and waiting. We have the Toronto contingent. We have Phil and Jane and hit me over the head. Jeff and Sue. You may unmute yourselves. Please do.
Are we live?
We're live. Can you hear us? Or can you?
To get all of us in, we have to be too far away to see the chat. So please interrupt or wave violently if we have a sound problem.
Oh, it's so lovely to see you guys all together.
So we thought we'd start with something that's probably familiar to a lot of you, and at least familiar to those of us in the room. After all, I hear the song of the old kitchen kettle while dusting the elf sword that hangs near the clock. After all, in between meals, I prefer to sit writing, but I'll welcome my guests if a wizard should knock. Come in, old friends, there's a chill to the autumn air. Sit by the fire while I close the door. You've got your schemes to make this a better world. My only plan is to serve tea at 4. After all, when he brings dwarves to their place at the table, we'll start with a toast to brave Thorin at rest. After all, peace in the hills, flowing wealth on the river, are the legacies bought with the stone on his breast. Come in, old friends, there's a chill to the autumn air. Sit by the fire while I close the door. You've got your schemes to make this a better world. My only plan is to serve tea at 4. After all, Gandalf, be sure there'll be no more adventure. Your eye gleams with hints of the road and the fire. After all, I know my place, being quite a small fellow. When you next need a hero, look far from this shire. I've had enough magic, I've spent enough treasure, I've seen enough fighters, but few reasons why. I've done enough walking, I've felt enough hunger, I've met enough goblins to last till I die. Come in, old friends, there's a chill to the autumn air. Sit by the fire while I close the door. You've got your schemes to make this a better world. My only plan is to serve tea at 4. My only plan is to serve tea at 4.
I'm going to include a couple of my new songs from the February album writing month of this year, and many of you know I like following weird science advancements and discoveries. This is also one of my rare parodies. Well, to the tune of. You'll know the tune. About 130,000 years ago, much earlier than thought, we've come to know. Long before you could cross the Bering Strait, humans didn't wait that long to migrate. Pally came from the west, maybe on a raft. Polynesians knew how to make watercraft. To know where she landed, maybe Oregon. Back before the mastodons were gone. Now back then not many people were around, so Pally headed south to her choice of ground. A San Diego pit proved humans were there, and of mastodon meat her family got its share. So migration theories to America were wrong. Maybe folks from many places got along. Fossilized footprints in New Mexico, projectiles in Texas very long ago. From Alaska to Kamchatka, people traveled both ways. Indigenous people say they've been here always. Europeans maybe 15,000 years ago, and everybody interbred, that's one thing we know. Pally came from the west, maybe on a raft. Polynesians knew how to make watercraft. Don't know where she landed, maybe Oregon. Back before the mastodons were gone. Now we can wonder what else will be found.
The next song we're going to do is a new one by Sam Bardman. It's off his most recent album. I think I can. Oh, is that one? Sorry. You should have just gone with it.
I could have. Damn it, we got the set. We're going to do it the right way. You know? Some of you may have heard this one, and so just sing along. Circle that come from above might be a greeting from some celestial dove. Alien farmers in the stain-going crowd, spinning and separating sweet from the cloud. Circles in the grain going round and round, nocturnal revolutions down on the ground. Circles in the grain, look up in the air. If you look tomorrow, will they still be there? dark, starry sky. Tiny balls of wind from an atmospheric eye, leaving their artwork for all those to see. Public set of symbols on a grassy sea. Circles in the grain going round and round. Nocturnal revolutions down on the ground. Circles in the grain, look up in the air. If you look tomorrow, will they still be there? Stonehenge stands in all its mystical glory. Its circular design, its never-ending story. Perhaps its creators were once thought insane when they worshipped all those circles in the grain. Circles in the grain going round and round. Nocturnal revolutions down on the ground. Circles in the grain, look up in the air. If you look tomorrow, will they still be there? Circles in the grain, going round and round. Nocturnal revolutions down on the ground. Circles in the grain, look up in the air. If you look tomorrow, will they still be there? Circles in the grain. Circles in the grain. Circles in the grain. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You gonna introduce this song?
Well, no, I'll let you can introduce. She's singing it, so.
Thank you. Okay. Sam Bardman has this gorgeous CD called Marsh Radio. I believe it's on Bandcamp. And he's coming out with another one very soon called Athabasca. I can't wait to hear it. But in the meantime, you can listen to me singing this one. It's called Who Knows? Hardship or a life of ease, if the wind will be a hurricane or gentle breeze that's small enough to barely put a ripple in the leaves, or strong enough to pull the roots from 1,000-year-old trees. Who knows? Who knows? When you walk into the world, the dice are thrown. Will the rivers all run dry or overflow? Who knows? Who knows if all the things we dream are preconceived? Every hollow space can be filled with all the things we need. If saints are looking down on every thoughtless deed, and the sweat is pouring off their brows like beads on a rosary. Who knows? Who knows? When you walk into the world, the dice are thrown. Will the rivers all run dry or overflow? Who knows? Who knows if time will tell us how to bear the load? If love will drive the darkness down and melt the snow? If the second hand will tick again and the future will unfold? bit of grace will fall, at least a little truth be shown. Who knows? Who knows? When you walk into the world, the dice are thrown. Will the rivers all run dry or overflow? Who knows? So we listen to the music of that crying violin, and we dance into the circle, and then dance right out again, and we're all hung out to dry in whatever kind of wind. Who knows if we'll be pardoned, or if we've even sinned? Who knows? Who knows? When you walk into the world, the dice are thrown. Will the rivers all run dry or overflow? Who knows?
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, this is pretty new. It was February, it was close to Valentine's Day. I decided to write a love song. It got strange. Tuesday's such a lonely day when Monday's not around. It only has its memories of being lost then found. For Monday is its anchor and provides a solid base that keeps a flighty Tuesday from drifting into space. And I love you like Tuesday loves Monday. Sometimes it seems they're just one day. I imagine everything feels right when they touch in the middle of the night. Monday is all business till the working day is through. Tuesday's about getting by, does what it has to do. They meet on special evenings, hold close, no need to speak. So happy they're together, and together every week. So I love you like Tuesday loves Monday. Sometimes it seems they're just one day. And I imagine everything feels right when they touch in the middle of the night. Yes, I love you like Tuesday loves Monday. Sometimes it seems they're just one day. I imagine everything feels right when they touch in the middle of the night.
This is the closest I get to a love song from my singer-songwriter husband. I'll just have to pretend that we're Monday and Tuesday. This is another of my favorite of Phil's older songs. I have a long list of favorite Phil songs. And it's from early in his Unfinished Quest series. roadside, burdock in the ditch. For love and looks and sweet dreams, it's go and ask the witch.
Night must give her magic, for she whiles away her days, sitting on a stone pile watching cattle as they graze.
Call it knowledge, call it power, kinship with each beast and flower. Call it pulse of stars and ocean, mystery or foolish notion. Call it what you like,
Don't call it magic.
Morgan Lock will lie dead when first snow comes down. With all Meg's red-haired children, the next one will have brown.
Prophecy is magic, for she has no way to know. Lazing in the town square, watching people come and go.
Call it knowledge, call it power, kinship with each beast and flower. Call it pulse of stars and ocean, history or foolish notion. Call it what you like,
Don't call it magic. Magic forces changes, magic seeks control. Magic bends the universe, dominion as its goal.
but touch the flow of nature, strength that lies within. A leaf that feels the current, a cloud that sees the wind. Call it knowledge, call it power, kinship with each beast and flower. Call it pulse of stars and ocean, mystery or foolish notion. Call it what you like,
Don't call it magic.
call it what you like.
Don't call it magic.
Thank you. It's lovely to see the waving hands.
Okay, this is for all the dog lovers out there.
They're all cat people.
Oh, sorry. Well, for cat people too, just pretend it's cats, okay?
It's dogs. You get first. It's you first.
We came up with a brilliant plan to put those bad guys down. Those evil, rotten bastards who have terrorized this town. It's time for us to split up into teams 1, 2, and 3. And I have just one request, that the
Kid and the dog are with me.
we have to fight those villains and save our family. But to be safe,
The kid and the dog are with me.
Team 1 can have the cowboy with his lasso and his gun. The barbarian with his broadsword and his backup band of Huns. The Navy SEALs, the Green Berets, Special Forces and Marines. You can have the ninjas, but
The kid and the dog are with me.
gather our resources, pursue relentlessly. Just make sure the kid and the dog are with me. Team 2 can have the pirates and those techno genius guys, the interstellar smugglers and the license to kill spies, the shield mates, the Amazons, and all the Valkyries. Take the virgin farm boy, please, but the kid and the dog are with me. Personnel's important to every victory. Just make sure the kid and the dog are with me. These bastards hold the town in thrall, and something has to give. I surely want to help out, but I also want to live. I'm very glad to do my part and lead good old Team 3, as long as I make damn sure that the kid and the dog are with me. Some of us will not return, but here's my guarantee. I'll come back, 'cause the kid and the dog are with me. Some of us will not return, but here's my guarantee. I'll come back, 'cause the kid and the dog are with me. The dog is with me.
Hey, you're so greedy. You always say that.
I want the dog.
Yep. That's again.
Lassie.
You can have Lassie.
Yo,
Lassie's
Rennie.
fictitious.
I already have the dog.
You have a
Dipper.
dog?
I have a dog.
Oh.
Cable.
Change the dog. Wait a minute. I'll get the kid then. Thank you, Norma. We have more fun with that song than almost anything else we do. Ooh. Another instrument change.
Yes.
How many instruments did you bring, Tom?
Only two, pardon me, three. Yeah.
Well, there's a couple of shakers we didn't count.
Hey, this is for all you Mandalorian fans out there. I wrote this song for FOM a couple of years
What
ago.
year?
They hate me 'cause I'm a legend from a tribe called Mandalore, fulfilling my main function in my armor of death store, to be a bounty hunter, make the deal and survive. Bring in warm, bring in cold. Sun is down, it's time to ride. I am a Mandalorian. My helmet shields your gaze. I am a bounty hunter. This is the way. A foundling in my care, my creed till of age. Reunite with its own kind. As his father, this is the way. Droid's not good or bad. Reflections imprint on them. Let me have a warrior's death, a bounty hunter until then. I am a Mandalorian. My helmet shields your gaze. I am a bounty hunter. This is the way. I am a Mandalorian. I am a bounty hunter. I am a Mandalorian. This is the way.
This is the way.
Okay, enough.
He can vamp as long as he wants.
This little guy.
Woo! Okay, so for the last year, I guess, I've been playing a Bruce Cockburn song now and then on Zoom and promising that someday I was going to write a parody of it. And this is what you get. Dungeon masters shouldn't giggle when you find a magic sword. No matter how you swing, you cannot hit the foe it's pointing toward. DM thinks your fighters live too long, points him at a waiting grave. You know you'll be failing your save. You roll new characters so many times, corners of the dice are gone, and each time pick a different class. Once even tried an Amazon.
Homebrew?
Yeah, homebrew.
But that needs a stalwart virgin, and Thief Eddie, who's a well-known knave, led you to failing your save. You never know what parties look for, so you give them random things. Paladins who live to pillage, bards with spells who cannot sing. It's as if with each new mission, allies cringe to think how you'll behave. Before it's over, they're glad you're failing your save. Sometimes the best map will not guide you. That's an old disturbing trend. Sometimes the marked path leads to treasure, sometimes the treasure eats your friend. Today your eyes scan deadly land for a hideout or a low-risk cave. Failing your save, failing your save.
Before I go into my second FOM song from this year, I want to thank the Concom of this FILK Ontario for inviting us to do this concert. It's actually been great because we've got to spend a lot of extra time together to figure out what we could support each other on and what would make sense as a set. So it was a great idea, Chris. Thank you. And of course, Phil and I are extremely excited to be chosen as waifs for next year by FILK Ontario. I hope everybody on the screen is coming. We promise to be very hardworking waifs for you.
I was expecting that, Phil. I was like, Phil's going to do something here.
What were you going to do?
Oh, he was pointing at you when you were saying hardworking.
No. Thanks for letting me know, Chris. Appreciate that. We'll be working on that. Anyway, another song from last month. In this case, who said filkers have to be human? Scientists have got it wrong again. I wonder sometimes if they have a brain. Choosing me to study humpback voices when there were thousands of better choices. They concluded that I sing when I am lonely, when for hundreds of miles I'm the only humpback present. With others I am quiet, but that's because I hate to start a riot. My family doesn't like my singing, it always sets the pod to swimming as far away from me as they can get. Especially since my voice coach quit. There's a reason I sing when I'm alone. Don't like hearing other whales moan and groan. If I start a song, all the others leave from my terrible noise to get a reprieve. My songs only last for 6 or 7 hours. Guess that's beyond their endurance powers. So I head into the blue to find my joy. Just a sad and lonely humpback boy. When suddenly I hear an awful sound. Cetaceans singing off-key in a round. Well, this newfound pause formed a choir, and a bass voice they've been looking to acquire. And since not one of those whales know how to sing, with my chosen family I could fit right in. My relatives didn't like my singing, it always set the pod to swimming. My new community is happy when I try. With them I can let my big voice fly. Oh, oh, oh. Thank you for the applause for the whale.
Okay, this is one that Sue wrote.
I did. I wrote it. I don't remember if you wrote the music or I did. It's been that long. I don't remember when I wrote it.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
I think the whale song blew everything out of my brain. If you travel by night, you'll come upon the rovers camped in their wagons near the edge of town. They travel through the countryside selling their treasures, tinkers, horsemen, and ladies of renown. Gather round the fire, watch the travelers dancing, shadows on the grass from the flickering flame. Wood smoke wafts with the slightest of breezes, listen to the violins calling your name. The withered old woman will tell you your fortune, using her cards or her bright crystal ball. Has she some magic, or is she just a student of people and love and life and all? Gather round the fire, watch the travelers dancing, shadows on the grass from the flickering flame. Wood smoke wafts with the slightest of breezes, listen to the violins calling your name. The townsfolk fear the rovers and their music, the shiny bright bells and the folklore and the songs. They fear that their children's hearts will be stolen to vanish in the darkness as rover tag-alongs. Gather round the fire, watch the travelers dancing, shadows on the grass from the flickering flame. Wood smoke wafts with the slightest of breezes, listen to your violins calling your name. While they are here, let's rejoice in their laughter. Buy the best horse that you ever have seen. Don't worry about tomorrow or the emptiness coming. Remember only memories of where you have been. Gather round the fire, watch the travelers dancing, shadows on the grass from the flickering flame. Wood smoke wafts with the slightest of breezes, listen to the violins calling your name. Gather round the fire, watch the travelers dancing, shadows on the grass from the flickering flame. Wood smoke wafts with the slightest of breezes, listen to the violins calling your name. Listen to the violins calling your name. Thank you.
Okay, this
good.
is
Another one where I get to pick on you.
yes. This is another joint song where she does a verse.
Smoke
I
a
do
joint.
a-
Never mind.
No, we don't smoke joints. Oh, we
Don't.
could.
It's legal here. He just learned these new chords. He barely knows the words, but it's his big chance for being heard. And he's on in 6 more minutes.
She's played for quite some time. She stops and starts on every line. Her heart's been broken like yours and mine, but she dares to sing it out. In coffee houses, corner bars, in office space, in your own backyard. Some sing on stage, many more in cars. God bless these tiny stars.
He plays in his one room. No one's heard, but they will soon. When he gets it right, just this one tune he's been working on for years.
She drove 3 hours to this place to sing out our heart to friendly faces. A FILK circle is just the place for telling your own story. In coffee houses, corner bars, in office space, in your own backyard. Some sing on stage, many more in cars. God bless these tiny stars. Each faint and longing light, thousands of them burning bright. You can hear them sparkle in the night. All these tiny stars. And I am one. You may be two. If you hear me and I hear you, then we'll both know we're getting through to at least one other. In coffee houses, corner bars, in office space, in your own backyard. Some sing on stage, many more in cars. God bless these tiny stars.
Thank you. Say thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
You can say goodbye. Oh, well, that one is Craig Worth. Was written by Craig
Yes.
Worth, and Tom and I stole it when he wasn't looking.
Right.
But we did buy a CD.
Yes, we did. And we got his approval and permission.
To put it on.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're into the, well, what if we have extra time at the end of the concert portion? This is a song that I've done a lot.
I've done it more.
And Tom and Sue have done it as well, so
Maybe more.
we're going to find out what happens if we all try it at the same time. What am I bid for this box of shadows? Out in the alley you'll find every lad knows it's worth more than a silver mine. A box of shadows is fine. I'll sell 'em single or I'll sell a lot, so you can fill up your golden pot from your friends and neighbors, 'cause they'll want what you've got if they're even a little like you.
Am I bid for this box of shadows?
Out in the alley you'll find every lad knows it's worth more than a silver mine. A box of shadows is fine. One from a captain or one from a king can make you lord over anything. Put a song in your voice, give your step a new spring, like you own the streets of a town. What am I bid for this box of shadows? Out in the alley you'll find every lad knows it's worth more than a silver mine. A box of shadows is fine. You want a woman but don't have the knack. I've got your cure, it's the shade you lack. Well, she ain't seen the like, it's so big and black. Not that pale imitation of yours. What am I bid for this box of shadows? Out in the alley you'll find every lad knows it's worth more than a silver mine. A box of shadows is fine. Where do I get 'em that you'd like to know? A knife at dusk by an open door. Then the marks that I find add their own to my store, and I've no fear they're gonna complain. I bid for this box of shadows. Out in the alley you'll find every lad knows it's worth more than a silver mine. A box of shadows this fine. It's worth more than a silver mine. A box of shadows is fine.
Sold to Sue.
My precious.
We aren't at all silly when we get together.
Here, you need to hold it because I need to concentrate.
All right. I call this the Kitten song, but it's not really
Not the name of it, Tom.
This is another one that Sue wrote. It's called
Our Fair City. It says right there. Our Fair City, yeah.
Yes, right.
And it's based on a short story by her called Our Fair City. Funny that.
Here, kitten, kitten, the old man called out as he held out the bright strip of paper. Come to me, girl, he sang it aloud. And he laughed as she danced and she capered.
The wind spun in circles, the paper took flight. The whirlwind climbed ever higher. She joyously took her bright treasures aloft, the flickering colors like fire. Newspapers hustled past, bustled past, wrestled past. Kitten spun faster and faster. She ran off to play with her toys in the street. A whirlwind has never a master.
Here, kitten, kitten, the old man called out as he held out a bright strip of paper. Come to me, girl, he sang it aloud. And he laughed as she danced and she capered.
Some of her papers were older than you. She lovingly juggled her stash. She best loved the comics with bright colored hues and a ribbon she'd found in the grass. The old man stood smiling as she played in the street, spinning her toys in delight. He smiled, for he knew that her life was as real as anyone else's that night.
Here, kitten, kitten, the old man called out as he held out the bright strip of paper. Come to me, girl, he sang it aloud. And he laughed as she danced and she capered. Here, kitten, kitten, the old man called out as he held out the bright strip of paper. Come to me, girl, he sang it aloud. And he laughed as she danced and she capered. Thank you.
That's everything we have prepared.
We're running out of time, I
Okay.
guess.
Well, we could have managed another song, but we don't have one ready to.
Well,
as a group, do we?
No, we don't.
I think it's 7:56. we can
Wait a
we can
second,
say
we can't
thank
hear
you
because
very much.
Hold on a second. We're just going to turn our sound back up. It's okay for people to have a few minutes bathroom break before the
Yeah, we can have a bathroom break before we get going. Thank you, Phil and Jane and Tom and Stu. That was very nice. We thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And
Thanks,
we look
everybody.
forward to hearing from Phil and Jane next year.
Oh, yeah. Well, we might just get some of the same people on stage with us. Just might.
Oh, there's no rules against that, that's for sure.
It was such a lovely set. Oh, so good.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, so Chris, what I need you to do is
Yes.
make Ellen a co-host.
It's already
for
been
me.
done.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, my stream dropped, so I had made Aaron the actual host for a bit because my Wi-Fi went wonky there for a bit. So
Okay.
but yeah,
Okay.
that's done. Oh man, it was so good.
People need to take a break, go flush your kidneys, go do whatever.
You're allowed to start raising hands now too.
You can start raising hands if you wish. We can start open filking 3 minutes early. There's no rules against that. I just have to get my view up. Just a sec. Hold on.
Hugs all around. I'm jealous of you guys in the room with each other. You guys get to have, hugs. Okay.
Okay, so let's add a chat room. Yeah. I'm making some rooms, so if people want to go into them, they can. Okay. Option. There we go. So rooms are open. There's a chat room and there's an alternate FILK room, and there's a tech, so if people want to go to different rooms to chat or to have FILK of their own, they can do that. And this is the first time I've moderated an open FILK, so be kind to me, please. Put up your hand, and I will take it down after you have finished your song. And then if you want to do another song, you can put it back up. And then we can begin the open FILK. There's like lots of people here. I can't even talk. There's lots of people here, so we should have a great open FILK. Right, Ellen? Give me a thumbs up.
Everybody's being shy tonight.
People are being shy. Nobody wants to follow such an awesome set of concepts. That's the problem.
Yeah. Where's Mark when you need him? He's always like so good at like, all right, fine, I'll go.
And I'm not singing tonight. I have a frog of enormous proportions.
I'll be putting my hand up in a moment. I just got to get my guitar actually set up.
Okay, go set up your guitar, then come sing for us. Be brave, be bold.
I mean, Tim's hand is up. He's ready to go. We can.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I talked to Chris about this earlier, and what I have is a plea to you Filkers is that I put myself into a bit of a financial strain, and I'm facing eviction on April the 5th. I set up a GoFundMe page, which has just been put into the chat there. And so far today, I've actually raised $590. So I'm very thankful for those who came early to the convention and seen my plea and reacted to it. The most common donation I got is $50. When it goes through GoFundMe, they do take a commission. If you go to paypal.me/Tim Ryan, which I'm trying to get in here. That's ME/M. I do have one of the largest Midwestern set of field recordings starting in 1986. And that in addition to the apartment, that needs to be saved, and I need to start digitizing it and putting some out as a research project for people to identify the singers, because looking through old lists and such, they never they didn't get moved from the old house to the new house, and that was now coming up 10 years ago when I was evicted. And I don't see a hand from somebody else. Please be prepared to sing after this, and then I will turn around and try to find something myself to sing. So I'm very grateful for those who contributed so far, and I appreciate the help I get from the FILK community. I'm very proud to be part of it, and I'm sorry I have not been that visible in the last 20 years. The financial situations didn't really help it. So,
Tim, have you talked to Marav Hoffman about your archives?
Yes, I have. And if they're willing to help me digitize the mini discs, or actually I talked to them about archiving the stuff with them. The thing is, I want to get a copy first, and I want to be able to get other people to help me out with it. Yes, I do. I have sent some stuff her way, and I need to keep in mind what I did and what I can do.
Mini disc is actually a digital format. What you're talking about is transcoding, because it actually is already digital.
Correct.
Okay.
Unless you have a machine that actually does put out a digital signal, a mini disc player only puts out the standard audio. So you need a pretty professional machine to take the digital input from digital output from a mini disc player and send it off to a digital save.
Or one of the old discs of that form.
Okay, we have hands.
Yes, we have hands, and so we'll let this get going, because we have 4 hands up, and that's going to take about the next 15 minutes. So thank you very much for putting up with me for over 5. Thank you very much.
So first we have Ellen, and then on deck we have Blind Lemming Chiffon.
Okay. I'll get started off with some humor. And if I had a boat, I'd go out on the ocean. And if I had a pony, I'd ride him on my boat. And we would lose our balance and fall into the ocean. Just me upon my pony off of my boat. And if I only had a brain, I wouldn't need the wizard. And if I had some courage, I wouldn't need a brain. And if I were a rich man, I'd have 3 sets of stairways, and I'd buy a pony and a boat, and we'd go out to sea. And if I had a boat, I'd go out on the ocean. And if I had a pony, I'd ride him on my boat. And we would lose our balance and fall into the ocean. Just me upon my pony off of my boat. And if I had a bell, I'd ring it in the morning. And if I had a hammer, I'd hammer on my bell. And I would get a headache, and then I'd get a migraine. And then I'd throw you overboard, and you'd land in the sea. And if I had a boat, I'd go out on the ocean. And if I had a pony, I'd ride him on my boat. And we would lose our balance and fall into the ocean, just me upon my pony off of my boat. And if I had a rock, I'd wind a string around it. And if I had a piece of string, I'd wind it round my rock. And if I were a carpenter, I'd buy a prosthetic forehead and wear it on my real head on my boat out on the sea. And if I had a boat, I'd go out on the ocean. And if I had a pony, I'd ride him on my boat. And we would lose our balance and fall into the ocean, just me upon my pony off of my boat. And if I had the time, I'd keep it in a bottle. And if I had world enough and time, I'd keep it in a jar. And if you give a mouse a cookie, he'll want some milk to go with it. And if I had $1,000,000, I would buy your love. And if I had a boat, I'd go out on the ocean. And if I had a pony, I'd ride him on my boat. And we would lose our balance and fall into the ocean, just me upon my pony off of my boat. And that is called Why I Haven't Got a Boat. And it's by Batya Winberg and Marav Hoffman with some input from a couple other folks.
Okay. It's a good job you don't have a boat. Next up is Blind Lemming Chiffon, and on deck.
Yeah, hi. Wow, that was very silly, and I thought of a line for it, and then I heard the carpenter line later, but I thought of this line: if I were a carpenter, I'd be so anorexic. But that's all I got. Okay, no, I have another song. No, yeah. Let's see, which song was it? Katie, beautiful Katie, she's the only girl that I adore. And when the moon shines over the cowshed, I'll be waiting at the kitchen door. When day is done, I am always lonely. That is when I miss you most of all. I would like to meet you sooner only. I must bring the cows back to their stall. Meet me tonight in the cowshed after the cows come home. For though it is only a cowshed, it seems just like home, sweet home. When Betsy and Sally and Mary say moo, it means they are lonesome and mooing for you. So meet me tonight in the cowshed after the cows come home. Oh, I have got a sweetie known as Susie. In the words of Shakespeare, she's a wow. Though all of you may know her too, I'd like to shout right now. If you knew Susie like I know Susie, oh, 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 what a gal. There's none so classy as this fair lassie. Oh, oh, brother, what a chassis. We went riding. She didn't walk back from the country. I'm the one who had to walk. If you knew Susie like I know Susie, oh, oh, what a gal.
I'm really glad you got over your cold from 2 weeks ago, Lem.
Still got it.
Oh, well, it sounds good. Deidre, you're up, and Chris, you're on deck.
I'm on deck. I'm just going to jump in right here. I'm just going to say to everyone, I am shutting down the YouTube stream, which has been going. So just, you know, if there's something that pops up because of that, just ignore it. It's we don't usually stream the circle part. We hope everyone joins us for the circle part. So YouTube stream, come join us. Okay. Go ahead, Deirdre. Sorry.
When you can't get out of town and your life has got you down, when you need to lose that frown, come to the Chocolate and Kittens Cafe. We've got the smoothest milk chocolate kisses in the world, and kittens soft as